of OEM integration, design engineering, manufacturing, prototype experience, global launches, hands-on project management, build oversight experience with top-tier global suppliers. And I'll, Scott, let you clean up my intro as you wish, as we're not deeply acquainted just yet, but I'm going to turn it over to you and bring us your session on Trish's Treasures, which is an adaptation of an antique business model into today's changing world.
Welcome, Scott. I think Scott may have had a technical difficulty because he's not here. He was freshly shaved and
right. He must have went to hit unmute and hit leave or something. I've done that too many times in the last couple of years. Anyhow, when he comes back, we'll kick that off. Rob or Sean, anything else to add while we're in a lull here?
Well, thank you all for coming. Brandon, welcome. Hannah, welcome. Greg, thanks for your input. Really appreciate it. Great job, Gordon. I see Fernando keeping an eye on us. He'll do a session later on space. Sean will be our Venus flytrap. Are you getting the boa, the feather boa, and the proper fedora?
That'd be good. I'll pre-press that as we wait for Scott. Just if you're restless at bed Eastern time, or if you're coming to us West Coast, there'll be some good energy spent between the hours of 11 and 1 in the morning Eastern time. So join me in my late night DJ hour.
Sean,
and as well, just I know the question's being asked, so we should probably do it once every 4 hours. Sessions are being recorded. We will be posting these. They can be seen live feed, but we'll be posting these very shortly after. It's one of the challenges of doing these. You spend all your energy on the getting it launched, and then it's like, oh, there's still work to be involved that includes probably 10 times as many people that will watch your segment. And so, we're going to try to get those up.
I have been noticing on our experiment with YouTube Live, which is very exciting that it's live, and there's been 1 or 2 people watching our television station, Sean, as we go through this, but it is live. And that is the point. So we run the Great Swan Guild as a collection of thinkers, makers, doers, thinkers. Again, twice. I'm running out of words. We collect together and we create things. And one of the things I love about it is we create experiments. So I'm doing experiments all the time, whether they're writing or doing collective sessions, or especially around anything real time. That's why I lead into, if there's an opportunity to do real-time work in the moment, in the hour. I find that when I am surrounded by experts that go deep in areas that also have a nice mix of general experience, a lot of magic can happen. We saw that earlier today when Steve Hall and Howard went through Omni Futures, the live podcast. So that was an experiment. And they pulled off some real future thinking there. We're going to get those people into a workshop and do that again and give them a little bit more time to just write a whole rap or create a publication based on that thinking. It was a really great frame. So I got a message from Scott. His whole internet went down, and he is ramping up the Midwest again. We know Scott from our Clubhouse presentations we do on Sundays, and he participates in a few other things, but he's written some raps. So if you go to our grayswanmedium.com channel, Scott's writes once every quarter or so, and then he helps with the panel and the roundtable discussion, whatever the topic of the day is. He gives a nice vision and future of a person who's urban and now rural. So he was in Detroit for a long time, and he's reconnoitered out of Detroit as part of his pandemic response. He lives in a small 3,500 person town. I've never met him other than on the wire, as it turns out to be, but I'm looking forward to it.
I find, and maybe anybody that wants to chip in here as well, Scott's experience that he's going to parlay is not foreign to a lot of people during COVID. Scott has had a wonderful career as an engineer with a lot of different experiences, but this antique business is really a reflection of the time he was spent doing kind of a side hustle with his wife, I believe. And so not too sure if other people want to share some of their side hustle experiences, but I certainly have a feeling that there are a few of us out there. I've almost thought to myself, as much as I've got into self-publishing, there's a few books that I'm looking at that have nothing to do with my professional life. And one is hopefully with some of my daughters looking at doing those 4-hour activities that you would love to do and master something. So things that you could do in less than 4 hours. And it looks like Scott's coming back in, so I bought him time. So yeah, no, that's one of the things I'm thinking about. I'm not too sure if other people have side hustles before Scott joins us.
Anybody want to volunteer one?
Brendan's got a side hustle pretty much quarterly.
Yeah, I have too many side hustles.
What's your favorite one? Brendan, who's a fine artist and a friend of mine.
Well, I love making art, so that's always a fun one. And then we were building out art galleries in the metaverse. That was a side hustle that's kind of come to center stage. And now I deal with a lot of like luxury cottage real estate in the Muskokas as a side hustle too. So I got a lot of side hustles going on these days.
Thanks for sharing, Brendan.
Yeah, side hustles are good. Well, that's kind of where I'm going to go tonight. Is we started a side hustle, and then we're just going to share what's been going on with it. It's been quite an interesting adventure. So I'm going to share my screen.
That's great, Scott. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody being here tonight. Trisha could not be with us. She had to work late, duty calls. So, but we'll get started. And let's see, so this is Trisha's Treasures. It's antiques and adapting to changing small business challenges. Yes, truth be known, we started a small business in 2020. What were we thinking? Like any small businesses, it's high risk, but I'll tell you what, I had to put a lot of thought into it whenever we decided that we wanted to actually, go ahead and rent a brick and mortar. So after a lot of thinking, we ended up using a diverse conglomerate approach, and that has allowed us now to be able to keep up with the current economy. And so this is what we have to share tonight. And I think it's possibly a business model that can be used by others. So that's what we're hoping tonight, is to share this with others, so maybe they can do the same thing if they're interested. All right. So Trisha can't be with us tonight, but I'm Scott Ferris. I'm a hybrid professional. I'm an integration consultant in the automotive industry and an entrepreneur. I have specialties in power and distribution. I do a lot with electric vehicles. I'm also an expert in fluid dynamics. So those are some of the arenas that I like to play in. But my father was always an entrepreneur when I was growing up. So that's kind of what I know. So the traditional job wasn't necessarily, my cup of tea. So about 17 years ago now, I left the 9 to 5 and became a consultant myself. And I've been listening in to some of the other events tonight. So quite interesting information. Trisha, also an entrepreneur. She's been a restaurant owner. She's worked for the state for quite a while. She's currently an HR administrator with the state of Illinois. And she is Trisha of Trisha's Treasures. So I want to thank Rob, Sean, and Gordon, and also the Great Swan Guild. We really appreciate the opportunity to come in and speak tonight. All right. So the story, yes, as we all know, especially those that are, the white collar digital professionals, we all got stuck in our basements or bedrooms or extra offices or wherever. Well, I became a digital nomad, and I literally got stuck in the basement, and after about 6 months I couldn't take it anymore. I came from working at GM for 16 years on site in a building that houses 8,000 people a day, so I was kind of used to seeing people. So this is, so it really just kind of got old. So I said, all right, the community I'm in, I can afford an office. I'm going to go ahead and search for an office. That's when we ran into the unexpected business plan, and now that we're adapting in a changing world. And then I also want to talk about eyes towards the future and business model repeatability. So, searching for an office, right? Here's what I'm thinking: a couple of rooms, something nice. We can have a little fun with it, right? It'd be a nice little space, but well, I'll never see anybody. Maybe get customers in every once in a while, and it's not much different from really working in the basement. So while getting my oil changed, I found this. This is 6,000 square feet that used to be a bowling alley. When we took control of it, it didn't quite look this bad, but it wasn't much better. It was just didn't have all the stuff in it. So that was
were you just driving by? You're having a beer across the street?
Literally, I was across the street. I was outside enjoying the day, and I saw it, and it was almost the same as renting a clean space. So
I think I saw this episode on Better Call Saul.
Oh yeah. It was quite interesting. Yeah, you should have seen Trisha's reaction whenever we actually walked in there. Yeah, we were shocked. That's for sure. We were thoroughly shocked, but not scared. So we looked at it. We went back and said, okay, how can we do this? Well, the one thing that we already had lined up and that we were kind of looking for with the office space was I needed a parking space for a U-Haul franchise. I did not know this until a couple of years ago, but U-Haul has dealerships that are basically no-load franchises. So you take the training, you get a space, you do an interview, and you take some training, and for the load is $25 a month. You can have a U-Haul dealership that generates its own income, and the trucks come in and the trucks go out. We don't have to do anything other than just service our customers. So Trisha also had a booth. She had already started her antique shop, but it was quite a ways away. So we thought, well, we can put that in there. And she had a 10 by 10 space. And the great story is she had a 10 by 10 space. So I said, we can carve out 12 by 12 out of 6,000 square feet. And well, it ended up being about 1,000 square feet by the time we were all said and done. It just continued to expand and grow, which was fine because we have the room. And then I also, I'm a 3D printer. I've been 3D printing for about 6 years, part of my engineering job. So I thought, well, maybe there's a slim chance that 3D printing could be adopted in a community. Would it work? Who knows? And then obviously, my day job, that was going to become my office. So U-Haul, no real surprise, well, pleasantly, but it generated income immediately. All of a sudden, I was networking very quickly within the community, and this was a community that I was new to, so I ended up becoming a board member from the United Way because of U-Haul, found my chiropractor. So it was great networking, and it also brought customers in the door. We've had customers actually come in and shop the store whenever they were renting U-Hauls. So that did work out. It's not the norm, but it does happen. Trisha's Treasures, of course, it was an 1.5-hour drive to go and service her booth and to rotate it and change things out. And so, that took that out of it. And now we can, on a daily basis, that the store can be tended. We did find that there was a local need for vendor space. People wanted more space, and they wanted it to be a little more affordable than what was already in town. So we worked out some deals and ended up with some really nice vendors. And then, we had our eye on online sales. So after about, go back to the online sales, after about 4 months, we started selling on Etsy. And that ended up being pretty lucrative last year. So the 3D printing, can a small community supporter embrace new tech solutions such as 3D printing? Yes, it can. Absolutely. And here's what we learned. So we learned that the community did have the need for the U-Haul. Because of Rivian being in this area, there's inbound migration, and so there's just a lot of people moving around. Our location for the antique shop is on a major thoroughfare that's traveled. It's an artery that has a lot of stores that are known through antique shoppers around the country. So we're being found, by being on that trail. The 3D printing, big surprise. I advertised on a local webcast last summer, and I still have people come in, and I have fixed things like timer switches for wall switches. You just can't buy those things. A vacuum cleaner. The lady had a leaky hose, so I made an insert that went into the hose, and she was able to keep her vacuum cleaner. Another lady brought me in dishwasher. The top tray of a dishwasher has the two roller assemblies on the side that allow it to roll back and forth. Well, the little plugs that held the actual wheels had basically dry rotted off. And so I was able to reproduce those for, pennies on the dollar and save her $60. And it was another part that didn't have to be put on a ship and sent from China. But the fact was that the community came in with these ideas instead of me necessarily, canvassing the community. So that was a big score and real eyebrow raiser for myself. So, and we found out that we actually enjoy helping people get through difficult times. Moving is not easy for those of you that have moved recently or remember the last time you moved and never want to move again. We're both kind people and love it and just love people in general. So I found that it's really rewarding for me to actually help people to, for at least the truck part of the move to be, as seamless as possible, because it seems like nothing else ever happens the way it's supposed to. That's definitely true with a lot of the customers. And Trisha's mantra is repurpose, reuse, and recycle, and her love of antiques, of course. We learned that could be adapted, in multiple ways. And, we can save the landfills and help and do our part to help with the environment. And I had even mentioned on the Great Swan Guild is I would love for somebody to create a way to tokenize the green carbon credits for fixing something, and instead of somebody having a piece shipped from China, if we can fix it locally, I would like to be able to apply for the carbon credits for that. But applying for carbon credits is, difficult. I read up on it, and it was pretty much confusing and seemed like I might need a lawyer to get through it. So current economic trends, our world is changing. And I mean, you guys see it. You see it at the grocery store. You see it at the gas station. The economy, the supply chain is still an absolute train wreck. On my day job, we fight this tooth and nail, day in, day out. So how do the small business owners basically not get eaten alive in this kind of an environment? And what we stumbled upon, and maybe there was some intuitive, maybe there's some, foresight there, but was that the diverse business plan is actually going to support the brick and mortar and be inflation and recession resistant. We don't have to raise our prices, and our prices are very, very reasonable. So there's no problem there. The U-Haul is actually increasing, even though the store traffic is somewhat decreasing. And I think consumers are going to need solutions to fight continuing inflation. So I'm going to strategically shout out much louder into the community about the 3D printing and see what kind of take rate we can get, and if we can increase that. And current sales and quotes are on target for being an improvement this year. So, and then the community that we're in, it's an aging community. There's a lot of auctions. So we now, after a year of selling online at Etsy, we now know what sells that we can actually buy here. And then we know the prices that we can purchase them at. And a lot of times we can get them pretty inexpensive. And then turn around, put them on Etsy and and not create inflation. So not charge more, but still charge, the typical prices for today, or maybe even a little bit lower. And so we're still able to generate sales and generate income that way. And then I just wanted to note this. This was really interesting because on the OmniFuture session today with Steve Wells, this is something that Howard had sent in a document that he sent for us to read beforehand. So it was talking about future-proofed organizations work on 3 horizons in parallel. So as part of the leadership solution is to acknowledge the benefits of working across 3 time horizons in parallel. Winning the race for this year, we're working on that. Searching for growth through strategic planning, extraplaning, existing trends, which is definitely something, then even trend setting. And then of course, looking beyond the horizon for the future, which I'll talk about later. And so this struck me today, and I was pleasantly surprised to be able to be part of that, and I want to give a shout out, but also note that I had adopted this strategy without realizing that it was a strategy, I guess. Eyes towards the future, expanding horizons. We really expect foot traffic to decrease, and it has, but it could be summer as well. We did install a flea market in the 5,000 square feet in the back, and that's actually very popular. There's our vendors have extremely good prices, and people are starting to find it. And so I think that's going to continue to be a success. We are starting to get to the point to where the comfort level of the building is secure. The building was for sale whenever we first rented it. So we had some, we did not necessarily have stability there, but that has now gone away. And so the building is ours to use for as long as we'd like. So we have an eye on finding an employee with succession planning. And so instead of just hiring an employee, we want to hire a partner. We want somebody to help build the business, to shout out more, and then basically create themselves a full-time job, to take the business over in the future. Like I mentioned before, we strategic purchasing during the auction season will I think is going to be something that we're going to be able to do to increase our Etsy sales. And once again, the expansion of the 3D printing for consumers and leveraging business to business to support and increase resources and requirements. And then, in the future, we plan to, I want to go move closer to my grandbabies and maybe do some consulting for some of the automotive companies that are going to be down in the southern region. So we think that this is something that we can repeat in the future. And I think it's going to be a good business plan. The outlook, so far we've had a good year. Numbers could be much worse than, especially watching the inflation go up and the economy go through. So I can take questions, or anybody happens to have any questions.
What a great adventure story. I love how complex the business is because I like complex things.
Mhm.
On your consulting practice, is that wound down, or what percentage of your time do you still do on your consulting and automotive side?
I still do, well, pretty much 100% of that.
Okay.
This is the side job.
Okay.
So this does take some time, but it really doesn't take an extreme amount of time the way that we positioned ourselves.
Yeah.
I do have somebody that comes in and helps during my core meeting time, because we have to, pay the bills, right? But yeah, that's been something that, so it's a side project, but it keeps me busy and keeps me out of trouble. So, but this is where
you could have started a guild.
right.
Now, question, Scott, if no internet and if no e-commerce, you can't do this,
Mhm.
or am I wrong?
I'm going to chew on that for just a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, no internet and no e-commerce. I couldn't do this, but if you look back in history, a lot of places had the brick and mortar would have multiple businesses. So I think it could still be done, but just it would definitely be different, and it would have to be more more attuned to what the community needs.
Fascinating.
So Scott, I'm fascinated by this. I love the fact you've shared this because I knew this existed. Now I've got the full meal deal. So it's amazing. I have an appreciation. I love the passion for this, right? And this may be something that I ask, how did it all change month to month? But if I had two polls here, one is I am just dead set passionate about it. Forget the rationality of this. And I am being rational about this and making all the right decisions. And there's a path ahead here. Like, was it quite different month to month, or in general, like, is it led by passion fully? And if this was one of my clients, I would have advocated against it because they wouldn't have had the passion to see this through. Take me into that kind of world.
Yeah, you have to have the passion, that's for sure. Because I mean, we did all the work of ourselves, obviously, in a small startup, wanted to keep it very low cost, or as low cost as possible. But yeah, the passion, well, just getting there and getting a piece open. So quickly learning about U-Haul, and that was interesting, but we didn't quite understand it. So we had to turn around and then drive more of our passion into actually getting the store taken care of and created. So we had this blank slate that we had to, color, and we had to find inexpensive ways to make it on the inside. I wish I had some pictures of that, but I didn't have time to dig through some of that stuff. So we did things creatively, like we went and bought we went to a resale place in Bloomington that was like a Habitat for Humanity, and we bought windows. And then we made our walls out of those windows and literally hung them, instead of spending all the money on drywall and 2x4s, and then so that's where the passion came in. And that was Trisha's side, and I wish she was here, because that's she would definitely love to talk about that. And so that was kind of like the early months, and then we realized that U-Haul was actually going to work. Good. I'll give you a couple stories about U-Haul. So yeah, we did put some passion into the U-Haul, and we found out that we could go and get equipment at other dealerships where it had basically collected. And so we could go grab a couple of trucks and a car hauler and a trailer and bring it back and rent it out and make money off of it. So it's like, okay, this seems pretty easy, until you accidentally, high center, 26-foot truck and a trailer with a car on the back of it, because the, ramp's too low, was too high, that you were, going off, you put the drive wheel off the ground, and, stopping traffic, and coming home from a great vacation and picking up equipment in a raging snowstorm. Yeah, that one we won't do again. But that passion paid off, and the thing about U-Haul, and once again, I'm sure I'm repeating myself, but was just the ability to help people. And I've figured the system out, and I truly treat that part of the business as passionately as I do the rest of it, and that's the one that has grown on me a lot, actually. It's about helping people, and doing the right thing, and giving them breaks, and doing what we can, and making sure that, like I said, that their moving experience, at least as far as us, is good. Well, then the store grew in December. Yeah, in December we opened the store, so it was like a 2-month delay to get the actual antique store going. Of course, myself, I really just wanted my day job, and I wanted the U-Haul part of it. and the rest of it was Trisha's. And of course, she's very passionate about antiques, and I'm just kind of like the, the helper person to, set up and tear down and do whatever. Well, I have actually caught the bug for antiques. So there's that passion grew on me as well. And come to find out, I mean, there's a lot of pieces that I have already found and that we have sold in this past to the store that I'll never see in my ever again. And I probably wouldn't have seen them had we not actually had the store. So that on a month-by-month basis, yeah, that's kind of how, and when that passion grew, where we vacationed in Florida and I started picking and then bought some antiques that are, are treasures of mine that I have in the store. And so it's all actually grown, and it's grown into something, something that's wonderful, even as a side gig, and that we can definitely be passionate about. So thanks for that, Sean.
Now, in the U-Haul, there must be a story about a patron that you have. You don't need to name names, but you say, like, you're moving what? Where?
Let me think about that for a minute. Well, I did have one patron that was moving church pews, which are very large, heavy oak, but beautiful. No, I'm trying to think of what would have been the craziest thing. I don't have that, but one thing I do remember was is that the people are moving out of state, and Illinois is one of the states that are being, there are a lot of people are moving out. The population's decreasing in places. And one thing that did touch me with the U-Haul was that how emotional it really is, and how I had one customer, and they had the biggest rig they could possibly have. They had a 26-foot truck with a full car hauler on the back of it, and they took pictures together. They took family pictures with the truck, and it was a very big emotional time for them. And I kind of stood outside and watched. But yeah, I find that's an interesting part of it too. Is there's such a human side to, there's a human side to renting moving trucks, as strange as that sounds.
Well, I think I think there's moments in our lives where people are in motion. I find similarly, you're traveling somewhere, that moment where people are meeting and leaving, that there is drama there. I sometimes when I come back from a trip, I fly around a lot. Because I'm tired, I'll hang out at the arrivals in the lobby, because no one in my family comes and picks me up. That's my life. But I find it really touching to see those.
There's a court order on Rob at times being too close to people in the airport.
So I'm just sitting having a cup of coffee, Sean. Please, this is the post spectrum positioning, but just in observing that human emotion. And in fact, in Canada, there was a series on TVO where they just captured those moments. They captured the live moment of the greeting or the leaving, and then they interviewed the people afterwards. And it was on the arrival side. So that kind of, when people are in motion, there's drama there, and I feel the story that you're telling about it. Yeah. And then the same thing with antiques. You're connecting people with their past.
Oh yes, that's very true. We get a lot of people that come through, and grandma had this, and and there's family memories and holidays and many emotions tied to them. We do have a lot of those purchases to where people, it is an emotional purchase. It's from, it's a ruler, but it has the name of something that was on the town they were raised in, or even the nicer pieces, that grandma had one of these. And so, we had a lady not too long ago came in and bought a piece just because that's what was in her grandmother's house, and it was a fond memory growing up as a child. So this is the way that we're able to touch people. That's quite interesting too. Now, the 3D printing is something I'll go back to. Something I'm pretty passionate about. That part of is the one that's the eyebrow raiser for me for this year. I'm going to I have a young man from our local robotics team that needs a summer job, and so I'm going to employ him and teach him how to make the 3D models and how to do some 3D printing, because I want to do more 3D printing, even for the reuse part of our business, which is something that we do out of our garage. That's another story about if you become an antique dealer, you can't park your car in your garage anymore because it gets full of projects.
Storage.
I get yelled at for that one too. So for the reuse, we've already done one project where I took an American lantern. It's an outdoor lantern, and we turned it into a bird feeder. But I had to do some 3D printing of some of the parts that we adapted for it. But it still basically looks like the same thing. But all I did was turn the inside of took the glass part and made it so that the bird seed could actually come out of it. So where the lights used to be, and we'd rip the guts out and made an adapter for that. So that's something else that the 3D printing that we really want to ramp up the use of that technology to put pieces together. You can take, different things and make lights and then once again, go back into the consumer base very heavy, but I need a resource for that because that's where I actually start to hit the brick wall of allowable hours, of without, unless I give up sleep to, to grow the business. So.
And you've got an engineering background. How long did it take you to get good at yield and using the 3D printer to create things that were useful?
It took probably close to a year.
Yeah.
I made a lot of fuzzy, they looked basically like balls of yarn. By the time they were done, it was great. That's what you get for not monitoring, not letting a print go overnight and not looking at it every once in a while. So, but I do enjoy that. I do enjoy that challenge, and this 3D printing approach is I think it's going to be lucrative. I want to put a model out there for others to mimic. Let's get our microeconomies moving. Let's fix and repair things instead of buying full assemblies from China when all you need is a little piece of plastic. We need a place in every county where we can make a little piece of plastic and save shipping and carbon and everything. It's a way to where we can unclog the proverbial economic toilet right now that we're in, because my prediction, my future's prediction for the economy is that this is going to hang around longer than we think. Everybody's like, okay, now be 23. And it's like, no, we're looking at 27, 28. It's too much. There's too much churn in the economy. I just can't see it being any better any sooner. So I'll take advantage of it. Let's think out of the box and let's do something completely different and help ourselves.
Good points. Scott, we've got a question from Hannah. She wants to know how to reach your website or your web presence for Trisha's Treasures.
We are available on Facebook, and then she can also look for Outworn Solutions on Etsy. I will put let me see.
Is there a story on that name, Outworn?
Yes. I was looking for because our branding isn't quite done yet, but I was looking for a name for the company that I wanted to start in Illinois, and I already have my Ferris Design up in Michigan.
Yeah.
And thinking along the lines of the 3D printing is where I came up with the word Outworn. I was just literally Google searching words for kind of worn out, and I found Outworn. Well, Outworn has been abandoned in the English dictionary and English language usage for about 50 years.
Okay.
And it had the exact meaning of the, of the message that I wanted to put out. So that's how Outworn Solutions came to be.
And what's the specific meaning in the archaic sense?
That I'm going to provide a solution for something that's worn out.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. So Treasures on Facebook.
As you're doing that, Scott, I think there's a lot of couples out here that are thinking about doing this. The fact that you did it as two people, not one person, right? There's risks involved. There's, am I insane? And sometimes not having that other person as the counterbalance, or in some respects, let's not do it because one person isn't into it as much as the other person. What was the dynamic on this one? The fact that you're doing this as a couple?
Well, Trisha's, I probably do a higher percentage. She would say no, but I do a higher percentage of the actual management than she does. And so she's more of the ideas, but then she does also take care of the store and the rearranging. She's got a really good eye for the pieces that we buy and turn around and resell. She's really good at the repurpose stuff. So she's kind of the back end, I guess. And sometimes the front end, but yeah, I'm mostly the front end, and that's how we balanced it out, and it's amicable as far as we're concerned. That's a great question, though. Thank you.
Scott,
I absolutely love this idea. I totally, now that I know more about it, I just insofar as we can, I'd love to give this more press and more exposure. This sounds great.
Yeah, Scott, I had a question about the U-Haul business. My daughter recently, 2 years ago plus, moved back from Japan in the middle of the pandemic, lived with us for a while, waited for the housing prices to jump a couple 100%. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, obviously she did get a place and move, and I used U-Haul recently. I had a great experience. My curiosity on the ease of that business is the balancing of the vehicles, because it seems like every vehicle east of the Mississippi is going to end up in Florida, and everyone west of the Mississippi is going to end up in Texas or Phoenix. How does U-Haul balance that for you?
Yes.
Okay.
U-Haul handles everything. We are just literally local dealers. So we're just kind of a drop off and pickup point. We do a level 1 inspection. So I kick the tires and check for leaks and fill the wash the window and fill the washer fluid. And then we kind of send them on their way. But yeah, U-Haul's good about that. But at times, right now, I mean, Illinois is struggling for trucks. I have my hands on a truck, and I'm very lucky to have it right now, and it's going to Florida in a few days. So that's but U-Haul's really great, because I'll be more U-Haul dealers after this probably. Once I figured out what I was doing, I spend 10 minutes with a customer.
Yeah.
I've had commissions for a single rental that were upwards of $600. That's a really good hourly billing rate.
Yes.
Scott, those are lawyer fees.
Yeah.
I know, right?
$600 a minute.
But it doesn't happen every day, or every hour. So that would be really nice. But it can. I mean, it really, location matters. Yeah. So we're going to get a really good look this year at our location. Like I said, our numbers are up. Our numbers are way up. We've already doubled. I think we've had almost 100% increase in sales. So for the U-Haul year to date. And this year we have not gotten any vehicles. So last year, to make some of the money early on in the spring, we actually had to physically go to other U-Haul dealerships where they had too many vehicles and bring them back. And some of them were 3 and 4 hours away. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't like it was a day trip. It was a day trip, not just go for 45 minutes and pick something up. But it's a strategy, and it's a good strategy, but it's a good franchise. They're very good people. They care. You need to help people out. You find a lot of them. at gas stations or stuff, but we run ours. I try and mimic what an experience that they would get at a U-Haul corporate retail outlet.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I had a very good experience, and I think I can identify with what you're doing and how it works. So just as Sean was saying, very vivid images of how this all works. And I can see how that would be enjoyable for you and Tricia. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the world of, I've got on my mind this drone project that Walmart's doing. Now they're promising to ship anything anywhere that's 4-blade copter can land. How do you have drones? No.
No.
How's been the experience with shipping? Is it a no-brainer? It's something you don't worry about because there's so much shipping available between your Etsy thing and the 3D printing and the store. You must be shipping more than your average bear.
Yes, absolutely. We do ship. You have to, there was a learning curve for shipping on Etsy for anybody who wants to do online sales. There is definitely a learning curve for shipping. Some of the first few sales that we had, we ended up paying, we didn't do the weight right or the box size. So I ended up paying more for shipping than the consumer paid, or we were doing free shipping, and it ate most of the profit.
Okay.
And that happened a few times. And then we figured it out how to get our shipping, and our shipping, actually, we've done really, I'm pretty proud of the girl that helps me. I'm proud of what we've done together, because we've managed to get shipping down to within 1% or 1 to 5% of the actual shipping price. So we tuned it in. We know how much extra weight to add for packing and things like that, and sizes but yeah, shipping is definitely a learning curve. And Gordon, I'm glad you had a really good experience with U-Haul, because they are a pretty good company. Yeah. And once again, I appreciate the Gray Swan Guild and you guys, of course. I mean, and enjoyed getting to know everybody over the last year and being part of the clubhouse team on Sunday mornings.
Can I just put an exclamation mark though? Because I mentioned in a lot of our we do this new member orientation every month called regattas, and sometimes people go, well, what type of people join the guild, and who are they, and who are some of your, the most interesting people? And I find what you've exposed here is just personifies the guild to a T. Like, just obviously steeped in your own profession and many years behind that, but always something interesting on the side these people have, right? Whether it's a maple syrup craftsman, some of Rob's side projects I've had the joy to figure out about. I know Gordon has this thing for 70s rock bands and other things. Just
Nice.
And once again, it reveals itself of people that are a little bit restless, are a little bit kind of impossible as nothing, and are encaptured by something that they just can't give up. So I love I love the fact our Day of the Swan always has 2 or 3 of these sessions where it's like, hey, I didn't know I was going to learn about antiques today, but it really does reflect the finest of our members. So thank you.
And when we were doing the programming, and I was just thinking of different people to connect with. The only idea I had was like, I wanted to know more, and I knew it would be a great story, like we found out. Super interesting, super detailed, and as you put earlier, Sean, more than I expected as well. I always, because it's Scott, it's the way you present. You say you've got an antique store, not a mini conglomerate.
So, hang on a second, we have a special guest.
Oh, she's real.
She's real.
Hi, congratulations.
Sorry I had to work late.
These things happen, but you must be very proud. Are you and surprised? How surprised are you?
Extremely. I just thought I'd have a 12 by 12 space in this big building, and now I have a whole store.
And when Scott took you to that store the first time, what did you say to him, for real?
What are you thinking? It was such a disaster. There's wires hanging from the ceiling. It was dirty. They had taken out all of the bowling lanes, and it was just a mess.
That quote is that's worth $1 million right there. They took out the bowling lanes.
They literally took out the bowling lanes. And that's,
Hopefully you kept some of that wood. That's good antique wood there, but yeah.
yeah. And the owner sold sold the lanes. So that was very wise on his part. That's for sure. That wood is invaluable. So yeah.
It's only saving grace in my mind is that when my daughter was younger, we used to have birthday parties there. So I had a little bit of sentimentality from that, but that's it. There's nothing else.
Yes.
Patricia, you picked some of the antiques, right? What's the favorite thing you've picked and sold?
Good question. Give me a minute. I'll think on that.
No problem. Is there one that you don't want to sell?
Not right now.
Everything's for sale.
Yeah, pretty much everything there right now is for sale. I have brought a couple things back home and like, oh no, I can't get rid of that now. And I bought some things from our vendors. So yeah, there's that
On
too.
on the picking versus selling, is picking as much a charge as it is selling, or what's the balance when you find the find?
For me,
Mhm.
Yeah.
I love a good auction. The first
yeah?
auction, my grandpa took me to auctions all the time when I was little, but they were icky farm auctions and everything was greasy and dirty. And so my first auction as an adult during this situation was here in town. And I spent $52 and had 3 truckloads of trunks.
Old antique shipping trunks.
Yeah.
We have a
like-
garage full, by the way, if
Yeah.
anybody's interested in antique shipping trunks.
That's pretty meta, Scott.
Yeah, so she goes to the auctions and I man the store on Saturdays usually, and then pick her up with the truck and a trailer sometimes.
Yeah, he's my muscles.
Mhm.
What have you learned most about Scott in this whole process? It's a different role than your regular lives. What have you learned most about him?
He can be very slow at things. He's been,
But there's a good part of that sentence, right?
Hopefully.
he has tremendous amounts of patience. I, on the other hand, have patience of a gnat.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. And he has some very good ideas. Sometimes it's a little way out there, but so are mine, so it's even.
I love it.
That's awesome.
Well,
Thank you. And it's great
thank you.
meeting you too. After at the run up, there's just a store. And Scott said he wished you were here. Now that you're here, it's a real joy to hear the slightly different tone that the two of you have in your approach.
Yes, absolutely. Well, next year we'll maybe we'll do an update next year, and we'll be sure and have her join the session. So, guys, thank you so much. Are there any more questions? I think I put how to contact us. I know somebody was wanting to know how to contact us, and you can also email here.
Thanks, Scott. Well, this is great. I think that the world is a beautiful place because of all the different things in it, and survivors survive.
Right. Yes. Have fun.
Thanks very much, Scott. So this is we're at 7:56. Our next session. Thanks very much, Tricia. We appreciate your stories and sharing your experience with us. Thanks, Scott, for providing us the details and the background. It's really interesting to really dial into something. We've been doing things very, very wide. Sometimes we're just straight abstract. There's a wonderful physical component to this. And with a famous brand like U-Haul, well, that's the biggest truck I've ever driven.
Yeah.
And I
me
had
too.
the trailer, the biggest truck, and I had the trailer on the back of it, and I'm driving it, and I knew I was crazy. But so it really connects in a real way. And that story you told about, families leaving and moving away, it's just, it's real. It's so real.
Mhm.
And in an abstract world, it's important to get that real. So I thank you both for that.
Thank you. All right.
And our pleasure.
It's been our pleasure.
So next up, we're going to go from the parking lot and the 3D printing to outer space. How's that for a segue, Sean? How's that for a segue?
Oh,
So,
yeah.
we're
Perfect.
going-
No, you're mastering them as they go. Yeah, for sure. And I will remind us. I guess we're recording. So this is now our 13th session, I believe. So we're I don't know if this makes me feel great. We're past halfway, or feeling, wow, there's still a whole bunch of real estate and runway ahead of us. But I'm excited about this one, just because I'll let either yourself or Gordon introduce it. But I'm naturally just captivated. And as we mentioned in previous times, we tend to surface more things about space than we normally do over the last, I want to say, 6 months. I don't even think versus 2 years ago we talk about space as much as we do now. So anyway, I will leave it to you or Gordon
I
to more
missed it
formally
on the news
introduce
run
it.
this morning. We started the day, for those who weren't with us, we started with a news run, and it didn't hit the main cycle, but another SpaceX rocket launched it. It went up. It deployed 59 satellites for the beautiful network being built, and then it landed. Like washing laundry, like 3D printing and picking up a U-Haul and going to space. Yeah,
Space
I think
trucking.
that when we began the guild, we were so focused on health that I didn't think that space would come into it as much. But you're right; it's a repeated pattern. It shows up as we look at the news and it influences us. More things happen about space.
I was going to say, Rob, space trucking. And I'm sure you guys are getting that reference back to 70s rock and roll, Sean.
I think I'm not on mute. We geeked out on some Joan Jett earlier. So yeah, no, appreciate
Deep Purple.
it.
Augustine's got the Deep Purple going. That's good.
I love it. No, it's funny. And the more I read about space, obviously all the algorithms kind of learn what I like. And so at least 2 or 3 things today caught my fancy for Nano, because it was like, oh my God, like not only were we talking about this today, 3 of the top 10 headlines about on my Twitter today were all focused around space and exploration. And
Nice.
I think we've got an asteroid the size of the Empire State Building that we've got a close run in with. So yeah, that was one of the ones that topped my list.
Very cool. Yeah, every day there's more and more headlines. I don't think it's just the algorithm, but yeah, it certainly helps.
So Fernando's joining us. He's going to lead the charge into outer space. He's a futurist and a member of the guild, participant in major events, and he was at the 1,000-day radar, put together a great panel. And Fernando, why don't you dip into a little bit of your backstory and then roll into your world and take us to space.
Sure. Thanks, Rob. So yeah, as Rob said, I'm a futurist. I have actually been in the program at University of Houston now for the last few years. Actually, I just finished one of the courses that I was needed to complete the certificate program. So I am officially now a certified futurist. So no longer a futurist in training, I guess. So it's exciting. My background is primarily in software and human capital management. I've been doing that for the last few decades. Came to futurism kind of by accident. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's arrived that way, but it's exciting, and I have, as Rob and Sean and some of the other folks here probably know by now, and Augustine as well, I'm sure, a huge passion for space. And my focus has been primarily lately, especially on space exploration with regard to developing and emerging nations. So, the bulk of my talk tonight will be around that. So, without further ado, let me go ahead and start my slideshow and figure out what it's doing, so I know where I'm supposed to share here. Okay. All right. No, looks like it's good. No, it's not. Let me share my screen. Oh, I can do that. Excellent. All right. And let's see here. Okay. So you should be seeing my slide deck now. Okay, great, perfect, thank you. Okay, so this evening we'll be talking about Space for All, the democratization of space. As mentioned, I'm Fernando Gutierrez. You can find me at Latino Futurist all over the place. So what I mean by the democratization of space, I'm not going to say that much more tonight. It's kind of hard to say at this point in the evening, is primarily the changes that have occurred from the old days to where we are now and where we're headed. So so a little bit of history. At the dawn of the space age, the players were primarily government agencies, primarily NASA, the Soviet space program, the European Space Agency, Canadian Space Agency, and the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency. These were the old guard, and these were the agencies that primarily put things into space. The history of that you can see here. These agencies, they brought some of the greatest hits of the last 65 years, including Sputnik, Gagarin, and Tereshkova, who were the first man and woman respectively in space, through Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo for the US, the exploration of the solar system with various rovers and probes, to the triumphs and tragedies of the space shuttle program, to the ISS, which launched in 1998. Interesting fact that there are students now graduating college who have never lived in a world without a human being in orbit above their heads. Interesting to ponder that there has been someone in space since the late 90s, early 2000s. And so that's the first time in human history that we have had an unbroken human presence in space. So that's pretty much where things were up until the last decade or so. So enough for the history lesson. Let's talk about the current state of things. So before I mentioned the old guard, and so the new guard, as the song goes, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. So there's a bit of that. You know, we have a lot of the same heavy hitters: NASA, European Space Agency, JAXA, Canadian Space Agency. The Soviet Space Agency has swapped for Roscosmos. But still a lot of the same players there, and we add China to the mix with the Chinese National Space Agency as well, having made some significant headway in space, even though we don't hear about it that much on the news. The fact that they've got rovers on the moon and on Mars, and they have a space station that is occupied in low Earth orbit. So that's what I would call the new old guard. Those are the more classic space agencies that are still launching and putting people and putting objects and technology into orbit. Along with that new old guard, there are the new players. There are a bunch of new kids on the block. SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, and Blue Origin. I'm sure you guys are familiar with those. They're focused on putting people and cargo into low Earth orbit, with obviously SpaceX with their Starship looking for greater things to come. And Blue Origin also, they've been launching New Shepard. They're hoping to launch New Glenn, which will be able to go beyond just ballistic orbit and into Earth orbit. As well as Virgin Galactic, we've seen Richard Branson in space, a little bit more on the space tourism side. And then you've got companies like Rocket Lab and Virgin Orbit and Astra, and they're primarily setting their sights on launching small satellites. with Rocket Lab actively working to join SpaceX at the forefront of the reusability challenge, being able to pluck their satellites out of the sky and reuse them, or their rockets rather. Meanwhile, we've got companies like Maxar, Satellogic, which is based in my native country of Uruguay. Little plug there. Planet in Capella Space, and they're creating constellations of Earth observation satellites, which is really helping to bring down the cost of imaging for both private and public use, bringing that down significantly through the use of small satellites. So what does that mean? It brings us to a new reality. These companies are ushering in a new era of miniaturization, reusability, and space tourism and imaging. As you can see here by some of these examples, we've got, William Shatner recently went up on the Blue Origin capsule on the New Shepard, and then, as I mentioned, Richard Branson up on the top left there. You can see Rocket Lab catching one of their boosters with a helicopter. So they're looking to catch them before they hit the salt water so that they can quickly reuse them, similar to what SpaceX is doing. So really the only other company that's anywhere close to SpaceX in terms of reusability there. Top center, you've got Satellogic, and with an example of one of their small satellites. Those satellites, they expect them to be in orbit for just a few years, but they're so small and inexpensive that they'll just keep launching new ones as they come down. And really the greatest impact until recently of these efforts has been the decline in cost. But the image on the top right kind of lets us know that we're ushering in another period as well, because we've got private satellite imaging companies like Satellogic and Maxar who have been providing high resolution images to the Ukrainian government to assist in their efforts against Russian invasion, something that would have been impossible just a few decades back. And that image is actually from Maxar, and it is a Russian tank and truck convoy. And if you look on YouTube or if you watch the news, you'll see these companies being interviewed at times, and they're very careful about what images they share. They're very careful when they are on these broadcasts and not be sharing images that could be used against the Ukrainian forces. So it's really interesting to see how these private efforts are really changing everything from how we look at space to how we look at even warfare. Pretty neat stuff. Next, just wanted to quickly glance here at space agencies by region. It's easy to forget that there are agencies besides NASA and the European Space Agency and China and Roscosmos, but there is a flurry of space activity on every major continent. And looking at the list here, I won't bore you by reading them, but we've got anywhere from hundreds of millions to billions of dollars being spent annually by different space agencies on different continents, doing everything from launching small satellites that might just be used for weather, agriculture, to obviously in the case of China and Roscosmos and NASA and European Space Agency, actually putting humans and their cargo into space. So a lot of money being spent in space. And just real quick here, here's a graphic representation of the expenditure by nation, rather than by continent. And as you can tell, there's no surprise that USA's got the biggest bubble there at 38 billion for 2020. So you can see that despite that, and the other countries being smaller, that there are countries pretty much all over the world at this point that are spending often significant sums, and certainly based on their GDP, on space exploration and other space ventures.
Can I ask a quick question on all
Yeah,
this?
absolutely. Yeah, sure.
If I use the airport as my metaphor,
yeah,
we don't let all these private air companies fly around without having some air traffic control going, look,
sure.
Yeah, you guys are too close to each other. You're going to crash. You're flying over kind of subdivisions that is a no-fly zone.
Mm.
What is there a global mediating power that at least makes sense of all of this and make sure that we're not launching satellites on the same trajectory and all of that? Like, how does that all go down?
That is interesting. I mean, there are global treaties, and the nations generally talk to each other. The U.S. Air Force, I believe it's the Strategic Air Command, does maintain active observation of space, looking for debris, looking for objects. They're the ones that generally will warn the space station when things get near them. Lots of space agencies coordinate with each other during launches to make sure that that they are launching into orbits that that won't endanger other craft or astronauts or cosmonauts or taikonauts. That being said, there's no, just like there's no international FAA. That's the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration. There's no international one overarching agency that says you can fly here, you can't fly here. It's all based on treaty and it's all based on agreements. Space is kind of that way as well. Obviously, you've got situations where that are suboptimal. We have a lot of junk in space right now. And there are companies that are actively working on technology to start removing that junk. So part of these launches are going to be not to add more things into space, but to actually be able to launch vehicles that can go up and one way or another remove space junk. As this grows and expands eventually, I think there's going to have to be a much more active system to handle that type of situation. But as of right now, it's fairly passive, and again, it's based on treaties and mutual agreements. What doesn't help is when you have events like when Russia tested essentially a satellite killer last year, where they blew up one of their own satellites, and so they caused all kinds of debris, and it happened to be in an orbit that was very near to crossing the orbit of the International Space Station. So there was a time after that that test occurred where the astronauts that were on the space station, including some Russian astronauts, had to get into the capsules that are always docked there. They're what they use to go up and down, and they're also used as lifeboats. And so basically had to get in their lifeboats and get ready in case any of that debris hit the space station, made it uninhabitable. So yeah, it's definitely a concern, but at this point there's nobody that you can call for clearance to launch your satellite from Kenya. It's going to be the government of Kenya that you have to talk to, and then they talk to whoever they need to talk to make sure that it's okay for you to launch.
Thanks for that, Fernando.
Yeah,
it's scary, but thank you.
Yeah, it is. It is very much, in a way, it's kind of the Wild West still, just because up until very recently, there wasn't much in terms of private launches. So it was real easy when you have a handful of agencies for them to talk to each other, especially when they're working on projects like the International Space Station, where most of the people that can launch are working on the same project. So it's easy to be able to kind of talk to each other and agree on what you want to do. Obviously, that relationship has become a bit strained in the last few months. But we're still working together. American astronaut came down on a Soyuz capsule, and the Russian authorities treated them well and sent them home. So we are still working well together in space, even with the strain of the war going on. So hopefully that will continue. All right, great question.
When I look at these numbers, back to the numbers, I'm thinking, a trade and support for war, and a specific example in Ukraine, the Americans supporting that tragedy with a $40 billion payment,
Mhm.
40 billion.
Right.
I'm not seeing 40 billion there. I'm seeing Elon Musk try and buy Twitter for 40, well, maybe $25 billion. And is the space program this small?
Now, remember, keep in mind these are annual expenditures. So this is
Mhm.
what it
Yeah.
costs basically for research and development, and to keep the lights on, and to keep folks at in Houston and
Yeah.
talking to the space station and all those good things.
Well, I'll give you another one because I know
Yep.
this one. It's $15 billion is the Canadian military budget annual, and I see $249 million.
Right, that would be for the Canadian Space Agency
Yeah,
specifically. Yeah.
Mhm. I'm just
So-
sort of comparatively, we don't spend a lot on this thing, and it I guess is it changed a lot across the last 10 years?
I don't know that it's significantly changed. I mean, obviously, budgets grow. Looking at the numbers, when reading this report, it's about 50, 60 pages out of Space in Africa, and it ends in 2020. But because of COVID, it does end at the end of 2020, so it does have 2020 numbers, and there were significant shrinkage in expenditures for 2020, just because of the unsure nature of what was going to happen with COVID, and obviously, revenues and things like that. So it does fluctuate. I mean, over time, it definitely does grow. I think what's interesting, though, is the way the costs change as privatization increases. When you look at SpaceX and their reusability and what they've done to the cost of launching humans into space, and you compare that with the fact that NASA's still working on their space launch system, which they rolled it out for a wet rehearsal, where they basically load the fuel tanks, and they couldn't load everything because they had problems with the valves and had to roll it back in. And they're talking about $2 to $4 billion per launch for essentially a non-reusable system. Whereas SpaceX has their Falcon Heavy that can do a similar job. They're looking at Starship that will be able to do a similar job and more. And the thought is that those will be able to do those things at a fraction of the cost. So in reality, I live in Florida. The day that Space Launch System launches, I plan to be there to watch it. But I can't imagine at those costs that we're ever going to launch more than one or two of them before we say, you know what, private can do it cheaper. Let's do it cheaper. So even if those numbers don't increase, I think as time goes on, we do continue to get more bang for our buck with all these private initiatives. So I think definitely we're gonna continue to see the benefit of that, even if those expenditures don't go up significantly. So yeah, good question. Thank you. All right, moving along. So next, I just wanted to use Latin America as an example to talk about the current influences that are acting on space goals. And this one is Latin America because you've got things like foreign aid in here, and you can see investment is at the center of the map, and demand is influenced by various factors. On the bottom left, for example, critical needs. So in Latin America, for example, you might have weather, communications, agriculture, security. Those are things that are very important. They're important to everybody, but if you have Latin America is creating more and more intergovernmental agencies, so they're being able to do things like share the cost of security, which they were not able to do before. So miniaturization is another one that I discussed before, and I'll be talking about it a little bit more going forward. That plays an important part as a disruptor, because all of a sudden, you've got CubeSats, you've got much smaller satellites that can do the job of something that used to be the size of a Volkswagen or a minivan. And you've got the same concerns up at the top around aid, for example, that were talked about years ago, even in the US, when we had folks walking on the moon, people were saying, we've got all these problems at home. We had Vietnam protests, we had all these issues going on. We had the war on poverty, and the thought was, can't this money be better spent on Earth? So, that's can be an influential factor. And then on the bottom right, for example, you've got universities that will also is another huge factor. You need educated folks to be able to run these programs. And so the investment kind of goes back and forth. You might have some private equity investing in universities, and that kind of helps generate the next generation of professionals that will be working in your space program. So you do wind up developing possibly some symbiotic relationships there. So that's pretty much the current state of things in Latin America in terms of the influences on the space sector. So next, I'd like to talk about possible futures. I mean, we know what the current state of the world is, and specifically, like I said, I'll be focusing on Latin America for a little bit. So what might the future look like? So I want to talk about the specific domain of space exploration in the emerging and developing world. The critical thing is, one of the big critical things is infrastructure. We need space-related infrastructure. We need telecommunications. We need power. We need public transportation. An impact on that might be poverty. Along with that, obviously, we need agencies. We need national, regional agencies. We need alliances. We need private and commercial working together within the domain to help move the industry along. Next, obviously, you can't have space without aerospace, right? So in terms of logistics, in terms of composite materials, training, certifications, all that kind of stuff, like the question that Sean asked earlier, how do we do this? How do we agree to do these things? Some of that is infrastructure, and some of that is logistics. It's figuring out how to get the materials there, how to get the people there, how to get the education there. Within the industries, you've got things like incentives, raw materials. Do you have the raw materials? Do you have venture capital? Is there demand? Looking at the world today, there's definitely demand for space technology. As I mentioned before, you've got Ukraine, that they don't have satellites of their own necessarily, but they are certainly glad that there are private agencies that can provide them satellite imaging for their needs. In terms of geography, you want some good geography. Depending on the type of orbit that you're going to launch, for example, you might want to be closer to the equator, you might want to be closer to the poles. You want to have good weather. You want to be in a place where you're not going to be killing endangered species every time you launch. You want to be in places where maybe if your customers that are going to be, maybe you're launching from Africa, but your customers are primarily going to be in Europe. So you want to try to make sure that you're on similar time zones, things like that. So that comes into play. And then just in general, under Steve, there's lots of other factors, the versus miniaturization, common language, and poverty that could have positive or negative influences on the future of the space exploration domain. Obviously for Latin America, for the most part, common language. I know a lot of folks who in Brazil who speak Spanish, a lot of folks around Brazil that speak Portuguese, and most folks for the most part speak English. So that definitely helps. The amount of regulatory constraint can have an influence on those types of things as well. So this is pretty much the domain that we're looking at. This is the types of things that could influence the future of space exploration in these regions. So these major facets within space exploration domain are going to be the driving factors that answer the open questions surrounding the expansion of space exploration among emerging and developing nations. So, you've got questions, you got things around finance and investment, what agencies there are, the infrastructure development, as I mentioned, environment, the miniaturization, and then privatization. All these things are going to be factors, and the questions that will arise is, are investors going to be willing to take a risk on these areas, depending on these factors? Are governments going to do what they need in terms of long-term growth potential, in terms of infrastructure investment to support these initiatives? Is privatization going to be the way to go, or is it going to be more of a public-private partnership, like we're seeing now with SpaceX and NASA, for example, and even companies like Rocket Lab, which is only launching small rockets. They are, and Astra as well, is only launching small rockets, but they do have contracts with other governments and with NASA to launch some of their vehicles. A, because they're proven that their technology works, and B, because NASA wants to make sure that they are supporting as many viable alternatives as possible. And then the other question is, can the developing emerging nations be stable and create alliances with other regional or international partners? Can they play nice together? That's not always the case in developing and emerging areas of the world. So that's going to be a critical factor to success going forward as we continue to try to democratize space and move it beyond the traditional players, as mentioned before. I want to take just one factor, miniaturization, as I mentioned it before, as an example, and just wanted to kind of walk you through how it can drive growth in a sector, in this case, the local small satellite market. So miniaturization has reduced the barrier to entry into the commercial space market, and it's created an increased opportunity for new players to enter the industry. And so what happens there is, with the miniaturization, obviously with the benefit of that, you've got a smaller, that drives a smaller satellite size. And when you have a smaller satellite, it's less weight. Well, it's less components, so it's cheaper, but it's also less weight to put into orbit, because, as we well know, every pound, every kilo that you put into orbit costs thousands and thousands of dollars. So the smaller your satellite, the cheaper it is to launch it. And that lower cost creates a greater opportunity, because you can now create more satellites and launch more satellites. And the more you build, obviously, as they say, if you build it, they will come. So that opportunity helps drive the small satellite market. So when you see the success of Maxar and Satellogic and Planet and some of the other companies that are sharing their imaging in places like Ukraine and selling their imaging for much less than has ever been available to these developing areas, and they actually are working on sliding scales for their costs. So if you're in a more impoverished region, your imaging will cost less. They are actively seeking to do that, because their drive as well is to democratize this access to the space and to space imaging. So kind of neat to see how that circle sort of reinforces itself, and obviously the more small satellites you build, the more small components you need. And so that drives miniaturization as well, because the folks that are building that stuff for you say, well, maybe if we can make it smaller, we can sell more of them. So the wheel just kind of goes round and round. So what's next? What could emerge, and what could be the potential disruptors? What could, what could throw a wrench into all of this? looking back at the influence map that I had shown earlier for Latin American example, I took as an example the issues that have stymied efforts in the past to build infrastructure and improve day-to-day life for Latin Americans as one example of what could impact the space industry. So, let's say you've got a situation like Venezuela, where it was a democratic nation and then it wasn't, and there was nationalization of industry and things like that. So, you've got things like that. You've got graft, lack of infrastructure, alienation of investors due to government confiscation, that could, include plus corruption that could make local space initiatives fail. And so you could see here, things like, on the top right, corruption could dry up aid from foreign nations, and without foreign aid, maybe, you can't afford to feed people, let alone put satellites into space, or continue space programs. On the bottom right, private investment dries up for things like startups and international cooperation projects due to confiscations of the means of production. I'm not going to invest in your country if you're going to wind up taking what I build and keeping it for yourself or for the government or for whoever happens to be in charge this year. On the bottom left, nationalistic projects. A lot of times in the past, you've had projects that were just, make work or used to line the pockets of whoever happened to be in charge, and they never really go anywhere, and they don't meet realistic demands. And so that kind of winds up causing any efforts to dry up. And then finally on the left, top left, if you've got a manufacturing relationship with foreign countries, in this case, for example, I've got Europe as an example, because right now Satellogic is building facilities in Scandinavian countries to build satellites there. So those relationships could fail due to things like tariffs or confiscations, or maybe even human rights issues. If you've got a human rights abuses going on in your country, it's entirely probable that European nations, their companies will want to work for you, and the nations may not even let them work with you. So those are all factors that could be disruptive. So having gone through those, I want to posit a few possible scenarios. Obviously, as we know, having lived through the interesting years that we've lived through, we had a pandemic, we had a breach of the U.S. Capitol, and we've had lots of other Black Swan events all happen at once, that we wouldn't expect. Obviously we can't control for everything, but these are a few possible scenarios that could happen. So in one case, the first case that I just mentioned, disruptive change leads to chaos because of politically motivated public projects. So this is the classic Latin American model, where you've got your grand jingoistic projects that they're infrastructure programs that bring personal glory to the leaders, think North Korea maybe, while creating little value, lining the pockets of politicians or contractors or families, and progress doesn't really go anywhere. And these things, the key drivers for these are public infrastructure projects that go over budget and are poorly executed due to lax or corrupt oversight, and they're insufficient to achieve any real lasting improvements. These are just, hey, look at me kind of projects. Private investment is curtailed by concerns over viability and corruption, and there's limited interest in collaboration with other public or private programs. Everybody kind of wants their own piece of the pie, and they want to keep it to themselves. So that is one scenario that these are the types of things that we've seen happen in the past in emerging developing nations, and could certainly happen again. And it wouldn't derail necessarily these projects overall. We'd still see growth in other regions, but on a regional level, we could definitely see some failure or collapse because of this. In the next scenario, we could see more of a public investment in space exploration. We could see that, right now, for example, China and Russia are investing a lot of money, and maybe Russia not as much as they had been, but they have been investing a lot of money in Latin America for scientific projects, everything from satellite tracking stations to observatories to helping them with some of their launch capabilities to launching satellites for them. So, you could see possibly government saying, you know what, enough of this. We don't want any more foreign influence. We're tired of foreign influence. We're trying to decolonize. We're trying to do our own thing, and we will, thank you very much, handle our own our own projects here. So, they could decide that after centuries of foreign influence and manipulation, their best course is to go it alone. They could invest in popular and populist initiatives, kind of like NASA's moonshot, that would bring pride to their nations and people and make sure that they've got achievable and sustainable goals that would move them from a historic role as a colony to those of colonizers of Mars and the asteroid belt and the other planets, let's say. So some of the key drivers for this would be extensive public investment in infrastructure improvements, specifically related to space ventures. So you're looking at things like internet, satellite communications, maybe roads, maybe ports, maybe railroads, depending on what you're looking at. I know that Brazil is building several space-related cities, specifically to support space initiatives, for example. You'd want an aggressive restructuring of education to support space initiatives. So education around engineering, mathematics, STEM, STEAM as well, because you do definitely want some good designers. And then because these are smaller nations, obviously looking at the bubbles from the earlier map, we don't have a $44 billion bubble anywhere but in the US. So you'd want regional alliances that allow for more ambitious program goals. So, rather than maybe one nation going it alone, you've got groups like ALCE, which includes Mexico and Argentina and several other Latin American countries, for example. There's Pan-African space agencies that are working together as well. So those are situations where you could be lean and mean and get a lot done. And then the final scenario as a potential for disruption would be, and I personally think this is your best case scenario, you've got private investment in space and public investment in infrastructure. And this is very similar to the NASA SpaceX model that we see occurring right now, where you've got we've got government space programs that they understand that space exploration is critical to long-term social and economic well-being of their countries, but they don't have the budgets, the resources necessarily. So they turn to private investment as well. And so the government does their part by upgrading electrical grids, broadband, roads, and ports, and creating things like new space cities, as I mentioned earlier, as well as regions that they tailor to support space initiatives. And they use these upgrades to their infrastructure and to their education system and what have you to entice and incentivize private space ventures. So, we're open for business. Come on down, or come on over, depending on where we're talking about. But, the key drivers for this would be public investment in core infrastructure improvements, access to STEM education at all age and economic levels, stable broadband connectivity for the majority of folks. As we saw during the pandemic here, one of the biggest issues with students staying home in the US at least, and certainly in Florida, was students in rural areas don't necessarily have the same internet connectivity as kids in the city. So that's something that becomes critical if you want to grow. So also you'd want to see incentives for private development of space initiatives and related support activities. So whatever it takes to entice these private agencies to come in and build there and employ your folks, you'd want to do that. And then look for public-private alliances that allow for more ambitious program goals. If it wasn't for SpaceX's Dragon capsule right now, the U.S. wouldn't have any way to get to the space station because of, once we retired the shuttles, all we had was the Russian space agency Roscosmos and their Soyuz. And obviously, with the relationship strained the way it is, our astronaut that was up there had a ticket already, and they honored it. But it's not something that we would necessarily expect to happen going forward. So that public-private alliance is something that we've already seen that works. And now Boeing Starliner just docked and undocked from the International Space Station as well. So we may have a new player there as well to ferry folks up. So those types of alliances would definitely be beneficial in terms of helping grow the scenario in the emerging and developing world. And that's pretty much all I wanted to share today. So I can open it up for question and answer if anyone has any questions that I could try to answer, or anybody has any answers that they'd like
I
to
have
share.
so many questions for you after this. Just no, it's good. It's the power of a good presentation. It leads you with more questions going, where do we take this? But Fernando, let's postulate something here. So
Sure.
maybe we'll take the president of El Salvador. I know he's one of Agustin's favorite because he's young. He appreciates technology. He's invested in some blockchain, Bitcoin, but and yeah, by most standards, he probably has a lot of political clout in his own country to do some things that maybe some others can't. If I'm in his shoes and I go through your presentation going, there's a window here, like there's a window for me to do something interesting in space. And I wrote down like 10 or 11 things that could be playing on his mind, between, the sense of national pride and a showpiece for their stuff, to building an innovation culture in your country, to getting inside access to some of the bigger countries' technology because you're part of their ecosystem, to, making a buck, to having this stuff translate to other industries in your country because you've kept the leading talent in your country. There's so many different things. What should I be thinking? Maybe it's a two-parter. What is he thinking about typically, and what should he be thinking about?
Well, what is he thinking about? I mean, I think the most important thing is the moment is now. You've got, it's still the Wild West. And traditionally what happens is the big players get out ahead and they kind of do whatever they want. And then by the time the small players show up, that's when people start saying, oh, we need to start regulating this. And oh, we need to start putting constraints on this. We can't just let anybody, go into, when it was just us and the Russians, who's going to stop us, But now that you've got, if you look at the list on one of my prior slides, you've got dozens of space agencies conceivably launching, hundreds of times a year. Then somebody says, oh, well, we need to regulate this. We need to control it. Well, that hasn't happened yet. So it's still being the Wild West. It's the best time, it's gold rush days. It's time to go out there and grab what you can, while before the cast is set. So I think that's an important consideration. Looking forward, I think, as I mentioned before, infrastructure is hugely important. You have certain advantages right now. For example, like Virgin Orbit. I'll give you an example. I don't know. Everybody's familiar with Virgin Galactic because we've all seen Richard Branson floating in space. But they have a quieter company that's called Virgin Orbit, and they launch small rockets from under the wing of a modified 747. And they just bought a couple more planes. So they're going to have several of them by the end of not sure if it's the end of this year, but I think by the end of next year. So what's neat about that launch capabilities, now all of a sudden you don't need a launch tower. You don't need a local command center. You just need a runway and a payload. So I think you're seeing opportunities like that with the smaller rockets like Astra and Rocket Lab. You could conceivably encourage them to come and launch from from your region, I mean, it's great to go for the long pass, but by the same token, if you can get a foothold right now, it's a great time to get a foothold, because once you have, even if it's just the infrastructure for small rocket launch, then you've got the opportunity for bigger things. Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral started as just a missile launch center, before we ever really even had a space program, and it was for intercontinental missiles, for the nuclear missiles. And then because that was there, that became America's spaceport. So if you can do something that's the equivalent of Central America spaceport or Latin America spaceport or what have you, you're going to have a leg up, because once you start working with whether it's a private company or a regional agency or what have you, you start figuring out what you need in terms of infrastructure, what you need in terms of education, what you need in terms of professionals, and you start growing these things and you start enticing these things and focusing efforts on that. I think that makes a huge difference. And then once you start seeing results, once you start sharing, maybe you launch some weather satellites and now you're sharing agricultural data with your farmers and you start seeing better crop yields, things like that you get a lot of public goodwill that way. So I think all those are important considerations. I've got right here, I've been holding it, waiting for an opportunity to share it. I've got Andy Weir's Artemis, which is it's a fun read, but essentially it's about a colony on the moon. It's fiction. It's kind of a mystery story, but it takes place on the moon. But the neat thing about it is that the main launch facility for launching to the moon is in Africa, and it's an African nation that just decided that they were going to be a space hub. And so they did it. They did everything they had to do, and they became a major space hub. Which, when you look at the maps of where traditionally the space agencies, like if you look at a map of all the space agencies involved in the International Space Station, it's all Northern Hemisphere. With a little bit of Australia, but primarily it's Japan a little bit, Europe quite a bit, obviously Russia and the US being the bulk of it, Canada, obviously having an important role in there as well. But south of the equator, the lights are pretty dark. But what Latin America, Oceania, and Africa have that North America and Europe do not have is they have the equator, because equatorial launches are the cheapest launches because you're already moving 1,000 miles an hour. So there are definitely some geographic benefits to launching from these southern continents that haven't really been taken to great use yet. Although European Space Agency, they launched from French Guiana, so they've taken that advantage for quite a while. I think I answered your question somewhere in there.
Questions, but I'm gonna let somebody else ask other questions, because I have so many. Like I just and part of my previous question was, I live in Canada, so my daily reality is, yeah, we could do something, but we have this big elephant to the south of us that are 10 to 11 times our size. So Canada doesn't tend to do the right thing in these scenarios that often, but I think taking a leading approach with the Canadarm, which is on the space shuttle, and doing things along those lines makes a lot of sense. And I thought there might be some parallels to some of the Latin American and African and other countries that might even have less of a budget.
Yeah, no, I think so. And keep in mind that Canada also has built the arms that are used on the space station as well. So you guys are really good at arms. We got to give it to you there.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
Yeah, there is.
For the punchline.
There is. The Canadian call to arms. One of the scenarios that I looked at in the past for Latin America is things like, and it's very blue collar. And so it's a little, it's, it's a little stereotypical, but, things like removing space debris. It's not going to be the most glamorous thing. Nobody's ever going to, write a great science fiction novel about removing space debris, but it's something that needs to be done. And it's something that can probably be done fairly inexpensively. So that might be a good opportunity for a country where you don't necessarily need to have a big space program where you're launching people into orbit. But if you can host some of these private companies that are looking to remove or collect space debris, there's some good opportunities there. It's one of those things that it's hard to know. You never know what's going to be the disruptor. You never know who's going to be the Uber that's going to, disrupt the taxi industry. And with space, it's kind of the same thing. If you'd said a decade ago that we were regularly going to be watching rockets land, like they do in the old science fiction movies. They don't even do that in new science fiction movies because it's so old school. That's what they did in the old movies because they thought something silly like that would work. And now SpaceX has landed over 100 rockets. They've got some rockets that they've reused about a dozen times. As I mentioned earlier, Rocket Lab, they're smaller rockets. They're going a little bit lower tech. They're actually catching their rockets. I don't know if anybody has seen that, but they're catching their rockets with helicopters.
Mhm.
So it's a pretty neat concept. So yeah.
Can you give me the 15 seconds on that? How does the thing slow up enough to be able to then catch it with a helicopter? And I'm guessing weight's involved here too. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They are much smaller rockets. And so what they do is, I'll just go back through real quick here because sorry about that. I do have a shot of it in here. That went too far, too many. If you look here on the top left, that is actually a helicopter, and this was during a test. What they do is when the first stage comes back to Earth, it deploys a parachute. Kind of like if you remember the old space shuttle solid rocket boosters, when they re-entered the atmosphere, they deploy a parachute and then they'd land back in the ocean, and then they'd take them and they'd clean them up and they'd reuse them. Well, they have been doing that, but the problem is you drop a very expensive piece of electronics in salt water, and if you've ever dropped your camera in salt water, it's done. With rockets, you lose a lot of that. Because you have to drop it in the water. So what they've been doing is they once it re-enters the atmosphere, they deploy the chutes. Now it's dropping at 10, 20 miles an hour, something relatively slow. So then they swoop in with a really big cargo helicopter with a hook under it. Again, thinking out of the box, the kind of thing that would have been, on Flash Gordon in the 30s and 40s. Oh, we'll just catch the rocket with a hook, and you'd think it's the silliest thing, but they're doing it. They've done a bunch of tests, and they actually launched earlier this month. And during reentry, they caught the rocket. After they caught it, they did have the helicopter pilot decide to release it. He said that there was something unusual in the what did he say? In the weight dynamics, in the load dynamics. So it's possible that they didn't account for the amount of fuel left, or maybe the fuel was sloshing around, or maybe because they were using different types of test bodies before, or maybe it was windy that day, who knows. He wound up having to drop it, but he did catch it. And if it hadn't been for that anomaly, he would have taken it back to base. So it was kind of like in the early days of SpaceX when they brought the rocket back to the pad and then it fell over, where you think, wow, okay, it crashed, but it crashed on the pad. It got to where it was supposed to be. It just didn't, got 99% of the way there. So that was their first test. So it was pretty successful. I know that was more than 20 seconds, but yeah, so that's how they do that. And you can see there that they basically just hook the parachute. Low tech solution, relatively low tech compared to having a rocket come back to where it took off and land itself.
I'd say. I mean, there's
Yeah.
10 other things involved in this. Like, where does it know it's going to come? Like, we won't have
Yeah.
time, but just an awesome command on the subject, Fernando. I appreciate it. I'm not too sure if it's Gordon or Rob that's shepherding us in and out of the session. I don't know if they have other questions, but yeah, I'm very impressed by this, and I walk away more educated than I was an hour ago.
I don't know, Sean, if Hannah had any questions. She made a couple of comments on the way through. Hannah, do you have any questions or comments to make before we wrap? Maybe not. All right. So thanks very much, Fernando. It's always a pleasure learning from you. I look forward to all the new things you'll bring to us again. And I am comforted by the fact you're watching space for us, all of space.
My pleasure.
And you've got my contact information. If you notice any asteroids in my future, please send me a note.
You
I
will
just want to be good with it. That's all.
You will be the second one to know.
All right, that's great. So we're going to stop the video and then start it up again, ever so gently, just like that. It's going to say something. And then
sorry for my delay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rob. Thanks for taking my questions earlier too. Fernando, thank you for sharing. It was very illuminating, very fascinating. Really appreciated it. Thanks.
Thanks very much,
Pleasure.
Hannah. I appreciate the comment, and that's good. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, good night, everybody.
Good night, Hannah. Thanks for coming out.
Thanks for doing this.
Cheers.
Good night, guys. Cheers.
So now, our next up, we're the Grey Swan Guild. This is the Day of the Swan, our annual look back to look forward, where we bring together thinkers, makers, and doers from around the guild. And we went from antiques and history in the micro business that one of our Swan members built out to Fernando's big view of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise that will likely save the earth or make peace, according to some science fiction movie, hopefully reality. Now we go beyond space, inner space, outer space, through the eyes of Brendan McNaughton, fine artist, curator of a gallery of galleries, not on the internet, but on the metaverse.
Yeah. So
Yes, Fresh Eyes and First Eyes. Full disclosure, Brendan and I do business together, and he's an amazing entrepreneur, and I honor the time that we spend together. And I invited him aboard to talk to us about metaverse art and his view of the future of art and all things metaverse. So Brendan, without further ado, I leave it to you.
Thanks a lot, Rob. You must have the record today for longest time on Zoom. This thing started off at 7 a.m., did it not?
I might be here, Brendan, or I might have written some code last week.
Very good, very good. So maybe we should wait a little bit to see if some more people trickle in.
Why don't you just give some backstory on your journey to that couch that you're on up in the Muskokas?
Yeah, it's actually part of why I can be up here, because I put on a virtual reality headset or I open up a laptop and I can go into the metaverse to meet people, to show them art, and to do business. So it's been a very interesting chapter of the art world and of technology. And it's been opening up a lot of new possibilities for the way that we can live and do business. So just backstory on who I am. Before starting Artgate, I got a lot of international attention for making these large scale bronze, marble, and aluminum sculptures. So I was an internationally recognized artist, and I still am. I'm still quite active, represented by some major galleries, and I exhibit all over the place, predominantly in the metaverse these days, because that's where the art world is really thriving from my perspective. When my career was blowing up more internationally, it was so exciting. I was in a different country or different continent every other month. I was all through the States, through Asia, in Europe. I was involved with exhibitions in Venice. Got to bring some of my artwork out to some beautiful palazzos. And the scale of my artwork was getting more and more ambitious. And as that happened, it became just abundantly clear how challenging it is to really participate on the international art scene. You have to package stuff, you have to crate stuff, you have to deal with international brokers, you have to ship something to a different country, get a warehouse there, and then from the warehouse, it goes over to an international art fair or out to an exhibition. And then after the exhibition is wrapped up, either it's off into a private collection if you're lucky enough, or it's back to some additional level of logistics and warehousing and storage. So what I began to realize is that it's a very, very inefficient way of getting artwork in front of people. It's and it's really only a small percentage of the population can afford to play in this world. So it really just started to rub me the wrong way to hear someone talk about an international art world that is really inaccessible to probably 99.9% of the world. It just did not make sense. So out of frustration, I was venting to one of my good buddies. His name's Justin. We've worked together on a handful of different companies and been friends for over a decade. And he was just coming off of a startup where he was doing virtual reality development. And it seemed like a no-brainer. He was like, well, why are you even shipping this stuff around? Why don't you just put a couple artworks into the VR headsets that I know how to develop? And I said, great idea, let's do it. So we threw one artwork in. It was an incredible piece called Blue Chip, stands over 8 feet tall, and showed that off to a few people, and it was very, very well received. And I was so excited about it, I asked him if he could put another piece in. So with a little bit of coaxing, I got him to put another artwork in. And I started showing everybody else, and they all really, really loved it. And next thing you know, we had thousands of artworks emailed to us by, you know, galleries and artist friends and collectors and all these people that wanted to put their own artwork in. And so we realized that we had to do something here. This is a pretty interesting situation we're in now. But the way that we were putting the artwork in to these VR headsets was really manual. So from there, we started to build out systems to make it a lot easier for people to put artwork into. And at the time, the term, the metaverse, was not in mainstream media at all. Unless you were to read some sci-fi literature like Snow Crash and Ready Player One, there really wasn't too much of a wider knowledge of what this 3D world could be and what you could do in it. But movies like Ready Player One and literature like the Ready Player One book and the Snow Crash book really paint this incredible picture of what the world can be with an advanced virtual reality and augmented reality technology coming into the world. So when I was showing people, we started off as putting artwork into virtual reality, and nobody really understood it. It was a huge knowledge gap. Everybody that we were showing, I was putting a VR headset on them, walking them around some sculptures, and as soon as they did that, they had this eureka moment. This is an incredible new way to look at artwork and to see people and to meet with people. But they didn't really know that was even possible. And then over the last little while, this metaverse boom and hype started taking place, and now everybody's talking about it. But the thing is not too many people actually have technology that works. Like the amount of presentations and renderings and concept, CGI representations of what's possible that I've seen is endless. The amount of actually functioning tech it's getting bigger, but it's still quite narrow. So we are a very small group of people that have fully functioning technology that works in the metaverse. And there's some other incredible experiences that are being built as well. You can put on a VR headset, you can open up a laptop, and you can go into this new dimension. You can go into the metaverse, and it's an incredible way for what we're building to see artwork and to connect with people. So that's kind of how we got started. And it started off just us trying to put a couple artworks into a virtual reality headset so that it's easier for people to access. And it's snowballed since into a network of galleries. We're an art district in the metaverse. People can come into this art district through a VR headset or through a laptop. We host major international events. Arcade International is a big, huge art fair that we host in our platform. The Meta Biennale we host every other year that takes place in the metaverse as well. So now we have this huge, thriving international community that's building, and everyone's just throwing on a headset or opening up a laptop and then meeting up in these galleries. So yeah, it's been a very interesting ride, and I want to kind of just go on touch on the trajectory of where we've been and what we've done so far, and then also where I think that it's all going. So that was how it all started, just trying to get a couple artworks into VR headsets. And on the hardware side, we started off with trying to put it onto the Google Cardboard. And then that's just something you can get for a couple bucks online, and you can put it around your cell phone and your smartphone, and then you can put it onto your head, and it turns your smartphone into a VR experience. So that was some of the early tech that we were playing around with. And then the Samsung Gear came out, which was a little bit more sophisticated. It was a Samsung smartphone that you could put into a headset that had these lenses, and you could connect right into it to give you a little bit of extra functionality. And we started building it out, and we really quickly realized that there was so much more that we wanted to do that we couldn't really necessarily do within the limits of the hardware. And some of the early versions of ArtGate, we had seriously overheating phones to the point where it was getting concerning. And we realized how important it was to have super efficient software. So we kind of hit a wall in the beginning because the hardware just wasn't there unless you were getting, a supercomputer hooked up to a very expensive VR headset that you had to plug in, and it was just not really accessible. So we kind of hit a wall on that. But then Oculus Go came out, which was a piece of hardware. It's a VR headset that you put on, and you could get it online or at most major electronics stores. And it was a standalone VR headset. So you didn't have to plug into a computer. You didn't need to connect it to your phone. None of that. You just throw on the VR headset and you're into these experiences. So we were super excited about having this standalone VR hardware that came out, and we started developing for that. That was at the time Oculus, so the Oculus Go, and we partnered up with them to develop for their hardware. We got into the program, and we made we started building out art galleries through those VR headsets. And again, based on what we wanted to do and what the community was starting to ask us about, we started pushing that hardware to the limits too. And we were soon melting down even the Oculus Go VR headsets. So we hit a limit again. The software could do so much more than what the hardware could allow us to do. And we kind of pushed it to the limits of that. And then it's actually amazing how quickly the hardware has been developing in a very short time scale. But shortly after hitting those limits with Oculus Go, the Oculus Quest 2 came out, which was a major, major boost in compute power. And it was a VR headset that looked relatively similar to this. So this is the Oculus Quest 2 VR headset. The Oculus Quest 1 was there was a black version of this, and it was a little bit bigger, but the compute power, the resolution, it has these lenses in here. Everything about the hardware opened up so much more possibility for what we could do from a software level. All of a sudden, we were having social experiences in Oculus Go, and as soon as we were getting to 5, maybe 10 people, if we were really leaning things out, it would all be crashing. So as soon as the Oculus Quest 1 came out, it just opened up a huge amount of possibility for us. So we moved a lot of our attention to development in there, and that allowed us to open up a huge amount of functionality that wasn't possible before. So we could start filling the galleries. We could get groups of 20, 30, 40, 50 people in there, which is absolutely incredible. When you put a VR headset on and you go into an art gallery and you see 50 people in a room that might be speaking different languages, you can shake their hand, you can talk with them, and then you can go gallery hopping with them. It's an incredible experience that just was not possible even a couple years ago. So from there, the Quest 2 came out, which opened up more compute power, better resolution. So we could push the visual experience of the galleries even better. We could have way more people come through, and it really opened up so much more possibility in the metaverse. So in a few years, we're going from cell phones that were overheating to standalone VR headsets that were crashing once you had a couple people in it, to the Quest 1, which could do a pretty good amount of social side of things with visual experience, to the Quest 2, which is really, opening up more creative possibilities. And there's new VR technology that's coming down the pipeline. There's a huge amount of investment and development going on by Facebook, Meta. Apple has been snapping up a huge amount of virtual reality development, talent and technology and hardware. So I know that they're going to be releasing something pretty soon too. Sony has virtual reality, augmented reality plays. Microsoft does. There's all these other companies that are coming up as well. So the hardware is developing really, really quickly. And the software side, we're probably 10 years ahead of what's possible from a hardware perspective. But it's absolutely incredible to see how fast this is moving. And that's kind of current state where we were at from the very beginning when we started ArtGate to now. And I think that as the technology is continuing to develop, we're going to go from these VR headsets that are kind of clunky to put on, but an incredible experience still. I think we're going to go from a VR headset to a pair of smart glasses. It's just going to be like a pair of sunglasses, Ray-Bans, something like that you put on. And you can seamlessly go from a virtual world to the real world and vice versa. So through my smart glasses that I have on, I can get some directions through Google Maps, or I can have a video call with my friend just popping up right in my field of vision. I can look at artwork right in front of me, and then I can transition right over into a gallery or a fully immersive experience. So that has extremely profound impacts on the technology that we're used to using right now and the way that we connect and do business. Right now, I'm currently living up in the Muskokas because I can put on a VR headset and I can meet with collectors from Hong Kong, and I can do business. I can show people my collection. I can talk with them. I can do deals with art dealers and collectors and network. My international network absolutely exploded during the pandemic. I went to like many art openings every single week through my VR headset. I went on the laptop version of ArtGate and went to art openings as well. I got connected with people that do residencies in Europe, collectors in Hong Kong, amazing dealers from Africa, all over the world. Anytime I want to hop on a plane, I can go hop on a plane and meet with a massive network of friends and business associates that I all met through my VR headset. And that's the thing that is kind of weird about the state of the metaverse right now is people are talking about it as if it's this futuristic thing. And there's a huge amount of potential for it, but current state of the technology is incredible. And people just don't even realize that it's here. Like you can go into our galleries right now, throw on a VR headset, and rather than being on Zoom, we could all be in the galleries together, walking through and checking out some collections. So what I'm going to do is throw on my VR headset and I'm going to do a screen share and just show you what I'm really talking about, what an art district in the metaverse looks like. And I'll show you current state tech. And then after that, I'm going to switch over into a little video that will show you where I think the hardware will be caught up to in the next maybe like 4 or 5 years. We currently have builds of like that are mind blowing, but you need a big computer to plug in to run them, and it's just not accessible. And accessibility is a really big thing that we're shooting for. So that's why we're developing for these headsets and the laptop versions. This is a Quest 2. It's you can get it online, like from Amazon or major electronic stores. It's about $299 American. You don't need a computer, you don't need a cell phone, nothing. You just get it dropped off at your door, open up the box, throw it on, and you can go into a huge amount of different experiences. There's like conferences that you can go through your VR headset. There's like workout experiences. Obviously, you can go explore the art district through Artgate. There's first-person shooters. There's all these wild games. There's like the list is endless of just experiences that you can do through here. So it's accessible. It's not this unattainable level of tech that you need in order to come in and do this. And if you don't have a VR headset, there's laptop versions of Artgate, so you can open up your laptop and you can jump in as well. So if you have a VR headset, you can talk with somebody that's on laptop and vice versa. So yeah, rather than talking about it all, let's just go in and have a look. So Rob, is it okay if I do a screen share? Okay. Actually, I'm gonna play this video first. This video is just a little trailer of Artgate that shows off the current state of the Artgate district. So this is the art district in the metaverse, and here it is. So people can join through a VR headsets like the one I have on. And when you're in there, you see each other as avatars. They're different colored people. So that's the Artgate district. You can see one another, you can talk with one another, you can look at artwork at scale. So that is Artgate. And now what I've done.
Switching your car and home insurance to Bel Air Direct with an online quote could save you up to $750.
So
One of our sponsors.
yeah. So what I've done now is I put on my VR headset. So what I'm seeing with my eyes is this beautiful sunset, my hands in front of me. I got this really cool home area that I'm hanging out in. And this is what it looks like from my visual perspective. And Rob, can you see everything all right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So I'm just going to scroll through here and find another couple of cool pictures. So when you're in ArtGate, you'll see all the artworks on the wall, all the people around represented as these avatars. And this is what it looks like if you're in a room with a bunch of people. Right now, when we go in, there probably won't be too many people because there's not an event currently scheduled. But if you go in during one of our scheduled events, there's usually a pretty good number of people that you can hang out with and chat with. So this was a corporate tour. This big company wanted to do a tour with all the people from their company. So we brought them on in and they all threw on their headsets and came walking through the gallery. So that's what it looks like to be in a room with a bunch of people in ArtGate. And this is sort of your home area. It's kind of like Netflix, right? If you go on Netflix, you can choose different TV shows or movies that you want to experience. Same thing in virtual reality, except for when you click on it, it just brings you right into a different section of the metaverse. So I'm going to click on ArtGate and it will load up and we will jump in. And so what I've done right now is I've put on a headset, a virtual reality headset, and I've gone into the metaverse. Now in the metaverse, it's a huge, massive area. And throughout the metaverse, it gets divided up into subsections, which we call districts. So there can be like a fitness district or like a business district. You can go into AltSpace VR and check out all these conferences. You can go into Population 1 and play these first-person shooter games. You can go into the ArtGate district and you can experience all these different art collections from around the world and meet people that are also interested in art. So one of the things that's a little challenging to deal with right now is the way that people talk about the metaverse, because they're talking about metaverses, and I think that there's just a singular metaverse. There's one metaverse, whether I'm putting on a Meta VR headset to go into the metaverse, or an Apple VR headset to go into the metaverse, or a Varo VR headset, or a Vive VR headset, or even opening up my laptop to go into the metaverse. It doesn't really matter what hardware you're using to go in. It's kind of like the internet. You can go onto the internet with all these different bits of hardware through your phone, through your laptop. And then you go to subsections of the internet, which are websites. And that's kind of the way it's structured. So Facebook and Meta, they're doing a lot of development in the area, and you can go into experiences that they build, but there's also developers and groups and people that make experiences that aren't part of the Meta, aren't part of Facebook Meta, and it's still part of the metaverse. So it's just a different area that you go into. So I like to think of it as being a singular metaverse. There is one metaverse, and you can go into subsections of them, of the metaverse that you call districts. So this is the ArtGate district. And when you come in, you're in the main lobby here, and all these doorways bring you to different collections from around the world. And it's when you come out during an international event, there will be all these different avatars. You can see people, you can talk with them, you can shake their hands, you can invite them on gallery tours with you. So we have just this lobby is a really international group. So we have Baron Grafton Art House, Chris Contini Contemporary, they're both from Europe. Hashtag Gallery is from Toronto. Ali J Fine Art is from California. Floating Point Gallery, they exist purely in the metaverse. Applum Gallery is from the States. Smart Curious from Europe. Loam Fun is from New York. Divide by Zero Collections from Hong Kong. So really, just off this main lobby here, there's a huge amount of international artwork that you can go and check out.
And then beyond the main lobby as well, you can open up the menu, and the menu brings you to all these different galleries as well. So there is a lot of different artwork that you can go and explore, whether it's through the menu or through the main lobby. So I'm going to just walk into Floating Point Gallery. This is organized by Candice Utike. She's an incredible art dealer, curator, and futurist. I just love what she's done with the gallery. So there's two ways that you can go into a gallery. One is by searching the gallery through the menu, or just walking through the main lobby if they do have a main lobby door. And this is what it looks like in a gallery in the metaverse. You get populated just outside of the door, and then there's artworks on the wall. So two-dimensional artworks, the same way that they would be hung on a wall in a gallery in the real world. Same deal, just in the metaverse. There's sculptural works as well. You can go right up to them, you can touch them. And she's the artist that she works with and herself, they did a lot to get these 3D works in here. And it's amazing. You can play around with scale in ways that are extremely challenging to make happen in the real world. So yeah, you can go right up to it, look at the pieces in detail, and put your nose right on one of the artworks, get up nice and close to see the details of it all. And if you want a little bit more information about the artworks, you just put your hand through the info panel there, and it will tell you a little bit more information about it. And this is this is the structure of it. So all the doorways you walk into, they generally have a gallery, the same architecture. And then when you walk through the doorway, it will bring you deeper into the collections. Every single gallery, they have a statement as well, so you can know what gallery you're in and what the exhibition is about. And this is how it works. So usually what happens is when the events take place, you go in and you'll meet the artists and you meet the dealers and you can connect with them that way if you're interested in any of the artwork. Sometimes they put inquiry buttons on the artworks that shows up here if they do want to make a link out of the metaverse so that you can ask them about the artwork. So if they have that, click on inquire, and that will put you directly in touch with the gallery owner. So this is the current state of the metaverse, of the Artgate district in the metaverse. And it really, really does come to life when there's a few dozen people in a room with you. It becomes a really, really fun experience. And we'll just jump into another collection. Well, I'll show some of my artwork because like I said, I'm a contemporary artist. That's how this all started, was just trying to come up with a more accessible way of accessing the artwork. So I do have a big exhibition up, and yeah, it will take a little second to load. Just bear with me because I have the Zoom call going on, the live streaming going on, the casting going on as well.
Brendan,
yeah,
has doing art or showing art in a VR gallery informed how you create art? Has it changed or impacted how you're creating things now in the physical side of things?
Absolutely. I can take so much more risks right now because with the physical world, when you made an artwork, it had to, the cost of producing something to bring it into the physical world is quite high. And then once you produce something, then you need to store it somewhere and then ship it to a gallery, package it, spend the time and money in order to mount the exhibition, and then you have to promote the exhibition. The gallery takes care of a lot of that stuff, and there's a lot of economic pressure in that model because the galleries, they have huge expenses. They're Their gallery spaces cost a lot of money to operate. If they're bringing you to international art fairs, it costs a lot of money to participate in the international art fairs. So there is a huge amount of pressure in the old model of the art world. In these galleries, it cost me basically nothing. Like each room is $100 a month. It's like, so you can have a gallery here for $1,200 for a year. You sell a single artwork, like you're cash flow positive on the gallery, and gallery owners come in and represent artists now, so the artist doesn't even have to pay. The gallery pays and the gallery sells the artwork, and it all just kind of works itself out. So galleries can take way more risks with the artists that they're representing. They can easily represent an artist from the other side of the world without all these logistical costs that are normally associated with representing an artist internationally. So I can make stuff that it does not matter if there's a market for it whatsoever. So I experiment so much more. I take way more risks with the artwork that I make, because this exhibition right here, if all these were to be physical artworks on a wall in a prestigious gallery, it would cost a lot, and the artwork would have to be selling in order to perpetuate being able to make more. Through the metaverse, I just make the digital files and come in, see it. If you like it, great. If you don't like it, no problem. But if you're interested, this is a UV cured ink on brushed aluminum piece. Let me know, and the piece will go into production once you request it, and it'll be shipped to your door in a few weeks to a few months, depending on the production schedule. And yeah, so it's a completely new economic model. It opens up so much creative freedom to anybody that wants to create artwork and exhibit artwork. So it's also way quicker. If you think about it, like these are all pieces, part of this inflated series that I made last month, and they're up in an exhibition today. It happens so quickly. I can make an artwork and have it in a gallery within 15 minutes. It's super quick. So now you start to get artwork that responds to the time even faster. Normally I would make an artwork and then produce the artwork and then send it over to a gallery and have to deal with them. And it takes a while before the artwork is actually on the wall. So this is a project called, this is the Inflated series. And it's all responding to this moment of inflation that we're in. These are all things that inflate. So a bike pump, an air compressor, a bouncy castle. These are all, this is an inflationary moment we're dealing with right now. So I ran all these images through a neural network that I was playing around with, and I trained the neural network based off of images of an American dollar bill, $100 bill, and this is the output that I got. And then, just a few minutes later, I'm putting it on the wall in my gallery in the metaverse. So it's really, really immediate. And then you can host an event right away. You can have people from different parts of the world come through. This is the next chapter of the art world. And I'm not saying this is the only way that people are going to have, this is not the only way the art world's going to function, but this is going to be a way that it does. So you can still go to the galleries in the real world and museums in the real world, see all that stuff. And you can travel around internationally to do all the international fairs and biennales and things like that. But you can also just pop on a VR headset or open up a laptop and come into these galleries that are accessible in the metaverse. So this is current state. And it's still, we're still working through some some bugs, and like sometimes we host events and things crash, but it's very, very early. But it's also extremely exciting with where it is all at. So I just wanted to know if anybody has any questions about this is kind of the very short history of the state of VR technology and the evolution of the metaverse, right up to present day. And then I have some builds that we've done that I think are gonna likely be in the next few iterations of hardware. They will become accessible kind of on a mass scale. So I'll kind of open up that can of worms after we just have any back and forth if anybody is interested in had any questions about kind of this recent history to current state of the metaverse.
I love it again, Brendan. I've seen this twice, but it looks a little bit different this time. Maybe there's a higher degree of fidelity even than a year ago or whenever I saw it last. But I know it might not be your business model, but I'll ask the question anyway. I as I was going through it, it's like, oh, this is extendable to auction houses, even though they might sell a different type of piece. This is extendable to something that might require some design, but might not be a piece of art necessarily, right? Like, so I'm somebody who works in the advertising business, and I want to sell them on my my ability to produce a 30-second commercial. Here's my historical reels and multimedia. Just, I know you can't chase every car as a entrepreneur dog that you are, but it's an extendable concept. Or have you seen other people do similar things?
Yeah. When I first kind of opened my mind up to what was possible in virtual reality in the metaverse, it was like drinking through a fire hose. There was like just an endless blue ocean of opportunity that exists. And that was the hardest part, is putting the blinders on and just focusing in on, let's solve one thing with this technology. And let's do it really well. There are more generalist like experiences that are out there, like spatial.io. They've raised millions of dollars, and they do events, and they do have galleries, and they have like other experiences in there too. There's like alt space VR. They do some incredible things as well, more generalist. VR chat that allows the community to create a lot of content as well. So there's just endless possibility, really. And the hardest bit of playing in the metaverse is just focusing in on that one thing that you really want to build and solve for. So I come from the art world, and I see the major structural problems that exist within it. And I saw that VR and the metaverse can solve a lot of those problems. So that's why I focused in on it. And otherwise, I've put my blinders on to a lot, even within that one segment of the art world. There's different solutions that you can do for museums, international art fairs, commercial galleries, for artists. There's different transaction models, whether you're building it onto the blockchain or you're allowing for American dollar transactions, or you're putting payment processing in there. There's so many different ways that you can structure it. And we've iterated through a lot of different models with how to build a structure as well. And we've kind of landed at this spot where we're focusing with commercial galleries and larger partners like international art fairs that can bring in, dozens or hundreds of international galleries all in one go. So that's kind of where we're focused at right now. We did have some interesting conversations going on with major museum institutions, and it's just kind of slow to move with, like, on the more bureaucratic side, whereas the commercial galleries, they're pretty quick and scrappy, some of them. The big established ones are a lot slower to move, but the younger ones that are looking for options, and especially during COVID, a lot of people are looking for options. You can't go to international art fairs. You can't fly to a gallery. You can't do anything internationally except for in the metaverse. So everyone, it was freaky when it was first happening, because all the major groups said they have virtual galleries up. I was like, oh no, they beat us to it. And then I go on, and it's just another website.
And I'm like, this isn't a gallery in virtual reality. This isn't the metaverse. This is like another website. And so there's such a huge amount of just, I would say, like misunderstanding of the terms that are being used, and people trying to jump on these buzzwords, and like, it's just that's not even it. Like, this is not the metaverse. Like, you have like Sotheby's.metaverse. It's like its website. You can buy some NFTs on it, but if they had a three-dimensional space that you could walk through a VR headset or a laptop, then that would be having a space in the metaverse. So it's kind of frustrating, really. There's so much noise, but it is fun to be able to say, like, hey, like, we have existing tech that works.
No, it's corporate people have never overpromised and under-delivered, have they, before, Brendan? Please.
Nah.
I mean, I think Artgate should do a complete rendering of Spinal Tap, where it's like, I give you the metaverse from Sotheby's, and it like a small little replica of Stonehenge comes down or something. So
So I'm going to riff on the auction thing, because when I take a step back, auctions are fun, and they're certainly sexy and interesting because they're moments in time. But Brendan and I are both overlapped on asset classes, art as a new asset class. I know auctions are part of that, but it's really formalized. Brendan, can you make some comments about the metaverse, art as an asset class, and how that changes your perspective?
Well, there's trillions of dollars of artwork that are in existence, and majority of it is sitting in high security warehouses because it's so valuable that they won't even pull it out to let it see the light of day. The insurance cost and the risk associated with bringing it out of the free ports of the high security warehouses is so high because the artwork is so valuable, they just leave it there. And every once in a while, it sees the light of day. I would go out to the Christie's auctions, and I saw these Pablo Picasso paintings I've never seen in a textbook. I've never seen on the internet anywhere. I've never seen in a museum. It comes out of warehouse. It goes on the wall at the Christie's auction. It gets auctioned off. And guess what? It goes back into a warehouse and nobody sees it. And it just drives me mad. Like, these are masterpieces that are so valuable. They're such important assets to the owners of them that they just keep them kind of in Fort Knox level security. And like, again, like, our tech can really, really easily put a metaverse layer on top of these artworks, and anybody anywhere in the world can go through it. You don't need to go to the Louvre and look at the Mona Lisa behind bulletproof glass with a lineup of people to get there. You can just pop on your VR headset and go in and look at it. And if you want 100 people in the room with you, cool. Or if you want to filter out people, you can do that too. So it's just you and whoever you're on a date with. It's all possible right now. It's great. And I think that by putting a metaverse layer and a virtual reality layer on top of these artworks, it's going to increase the value of all these artworks because people know they exist now. People can talk about them. People can start stitching them into the pages of art history. And when you look at artwork, it's the thing that cultures are remembered for. Think of the Medicis and the Renaissance. Why do we know of them? Because of the paintings, because of the architecture, because of the art that was made. And that's what stood the test of time. Not much else, right? And when there's major wars and things like that go on, what usually gets taken, or if they're trying to erase a culture, they destroy the artwork and they like hide away
all the identity and memories that the artwork holds. So if you look at it, it's such a valuable part of any culture, and I think that it just needs to be more accessible. It should not be accessible to people that can afford international flights to these very prestigious art shows. It should be anybody that can get their hands on an internet connection, essentially, should be able to walk by and see these artworks and benefit from them.
Thanks, Brandon.
Any option in terms of doing kind of like a, I mean, I focused a lot of my time and energy previously on open innovation spaces and forums and different crowd environments. The potential for doing something in your space along the lines of an open challenge, right? Like here's a brief, and sorry, I know Jill's all over the subject too, so I'll be short. Here's a brief. We want to visualize something, and I know artists sometimes hate the competitive nature of kind of some kind of open challenge that, you know, based on popularity somebody gets, but there's a commercial model that could be exposed there in terms of, look, if 60% of people love what this person's done, we'll team up with somebody and produce it right away. Any thoughts around that?
Like, so for an artwork, like a photograph, for example, that gets put up in ArtGate, and then that can be kind of the proof of concept that would get like some sort of touring exhibition or something going on around it. Is that what you're talking about?
Could do. I mean, there's so many different vehicles, right? Like we're building a new building, a completely new build, and we haven't even figured out interior design. We're looking for top 3 artists to cover off 3 of our floors of this new Ellis Dawn building we're building. Submit your best. Here's the gallery, tour it, have both their experts and the general public vote on what they would love to see. I don't know, making up stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility in that. Like we have, like people are already kind of doing that to a degree too. Like they're making artworks, putting them up, and then talking to collectors about getting that made in the real world eventually. So it's kind of like some people are using it proof of concept, but then also other people are just using it as here's the existing thing, just now you can access it through the VR headset. We haven't really done any like open source like crowd voting models or anything like that yet, but it could be an interesting avenue to go down.
I know Jill's got 3 questions in the chat. Jill, are you able to talk?
Yeah, sure. I'm not going on camera because I look awful today, but whatever. So yeah, I think this is really fascinating, Brandon, and you're clearly an established artist, and I think it's really amazing that you've embraced this and that it's allowing you to take more risks. I think that's really, really amazing. So, and I've certainly heard about this through Rob, so it's nice to sort of see it in action. So my question is this, I mean, I think Sean was touching on it, this idea of sort of creating experiences beyond what typically are gallery experiences, which are walking into a space, walking around, looking at the work, and then leaving. And if it's a gallery opening, you get a free glass of wine, you spend more time talking and less time actually like taking in the art typically. So, I'm just trying to think of how can you introduce, or is there opportunity for more interactive, there's lots of sort of grassroots things like, there's like life drawing, or there's, what are they called? Are they like cartoon jams where like people do a frame and then they pass it on to the next person and they do a frame. So I'm just trying to think of the interactive opportunities and opportunities for a wide variety of artists to participate in a moment in time that creates events where they're sharing and other people might be observing or buying.
Mm-hmm.
So those are my thoughts around that. And I'm also pointing it out only because my 15-year-old daughter gets commissioned to do artwork. So she does character drawings, sort of very anime style. And there's a whole world of this generation that is creating artwork and doing it in exchange for digital currency, for gaming currency and stuff. And I found that
That's
super
so cool.
fascinating.
Yeah, that actually kind of makes me think of the the economy that's developing in the metaverse right now. And I've been watching it, watching that side of things unfold has been extremely interesting. So we have people that are buying artwork. They're going in and they're seeing the artwork, and then they're getting redirected out to the gallery's website, and they're going through like a Shopify checkout page. And that's like one way that people are buying through like credit card transactions or wire transfers. But there's also another group of people that are linking out to NFT marketplaces. And so they'll look at the artwork in the metaverse gallery, and then they'll go to the like an OpenSea web page, then they'll purchase through there. And then there's some people that they just put their QR code up right in the gallery, and people are actually like scanning and like sending Bitcoin or Ethereum, and then the gallery dealer is shipping an artwork out. So those are a couple different ways that people are transacting right now. And for your daughter, she could open up a gallery and put some examples of her artworks up on the wall. And then she can have a link in her gallery that says, if you want to commission me, like here's the inquiry button. And then somebody will inquire, and then it will bring them to whatever checkout or like whatever way that she deals with her customers. So there's lots of different ways to kind of connect the business side of it into the gallery spaces. And then on the like how people can what people can do differently in the metaverse and in the Artgate district specifically is one of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to keep it pretty familiar to the real world, because we don't really have to like go based on the regular laws of physics. We can change scale, we can do a whole lot of different things in there. But we're trying to build just a layer on top of real world art, real world paintings and sculptures and things like that, that just make it a little bit more accessible to people. And the metaverse is an overwhelming place. Like people don't really know where to start. They don't know where to go, how to get in. And then if they're going into this really wild experience that's very different from the real world, it can start distracting from the art. And we essentially have stripped everything down so that we can add the highest quality artwork in and the most amount of people in a room. So we can get over 100 people in a room in a single instance, and you can put like really good quality artworks in the spaces as well. And when the next iterations of hardware come out, we'll be able to bump up the number of people in rooms and the quality of the artworks as well. And if there is more than 100 people in a particular gallery, then a new instance gets made. So in theory, we could have like an infinite amount of people in that same gallery. It's just you'll be broken into 100 people groups.
Neat. Well, congrats. You're leading the way, and it's really going to be amazing to see how this continues to evolve. Thank you for sharing. Thanks.
Thank you. And I guess just kind of touching on Sean's point there too, like you've seen it every once in a while, and you're noticing a lot of changes happening quite quickly from when you last saw it till now. And in the short time that I've been doing this, the amount that the hardware is improving and the software is improving is happening at a breakneck speed. We can't even keep up with it. There's a new VR headset, the Cambria headset is coming out pretty soon through Facebook's Meta. And that VR headset's supposed to be really, really upping the game of what's possible in there. And then Apple's also going to be releasing a standalone VR headset probably in the next year or so. I'm really excited to see what that does for the space, because what Apple's done in the past is they come late to the game, but they move that game so much further forward than everybody else. They came late with the iPod. MP3 players were around. Then they're like relatively popular, and then they released the iPod, which just was light years ahead of everything else. The smartphone was around. Then they released the iPhone that was light years ahead of everything else. Now VR technology is 110% here, and they're developing a lot right now. So if they do what they've previously done, which has made Apple so successful, then they're going to be releasing their VR headsets and the VR AR technology, and it's going to push the game light years ahead. So I'm really excited to see what happens on the hardware front when that comes out. I think a lot of what we can currently do is going to, it's going to be changing really quickly. And I know we're just about at time, but is anybody interested in seeing some of the builds that we have of where I think things will be going in the next few years? Yeah.
We've got 3 minutes.
All right. I'll be quick with it. Okay. And our sponsor, there we go.
Buy insurance. It's my industry.
Okay. So this is a build that currently works. We have this build. It exists. The software is there. The hardware, not so much. So what you're seeing right now is I'm wearing an Oculus Rift VR headset, which is a high-end VR headset, and I'm plugged into like a $3,000 laptop with super graphics cards and compute power. And that's really the only way that you can run this experience. And even with that, we're like crashing the computers. So this is kind of, this is where the software is at now. In the same way that we are crashing the cell phones, the Oculus Go, the Quest 1, and we're pushing the Quest 2 to the limits. This is kind of what's beyond the standalone headsets right now. So you can see pretty incredible hands, reflection probes on the ground, and the key in the lobby. It's not like reduced low poly style like the current state, and the reflections on everything are mind blowing. Okay, so this is, we're about to jump into a gallery here, and so this is what a gallery looks like kind of on the next chapter of where things are going to go. So this is not mass market yet. It's not easily accessible yet, but this is the visual quality that is possible. And we can also push it significantly beyond that too. It's just we're trying to make it accessible. So we're trying to make it on standalone VR headsets that are a few $100 so that we can really get crowds of people and we can get this international community together. Yes, we can do it on these supercomputers, but it doesn't really matter if it's not on accessible VR headsets. So the software is there. We got this going. We can do this. Hardware is not there yet. So I'm really looking forward to the next few iterations of hardware so that the visual experience that you're having with a VR headset is starting to move towards levels like this. And so these are all real artworks that exist in the physical world. And this is just a metaverse virtual reality layer on top of them. So it's a new way that you can go in and see them. Mounting an exhibition of this scale, getting that scale of artwork into a space would cost tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in logistics and gallery space and everything. So much economic pressure. The visual experience there, that's a marble sculpture. It weighs over a ton. And when you're looking at that through the VR headset, your eyes could not tell the difference between the real world experience and the virtual world experience in some circumstances. So that's where it's going towards, and that's where we're shooting towards, is we want a visual experience that's indistinguishable from the real world. So eventually you put on the headset and you forget you're even in the metaverse. You forget you're even in a VR headset. That's kind of where we're shooting towards with it. We just want it to be about the art, to be about the people. And that's when there's going to be huge levels of just cultural accessibility that takes place, business that takes place, economic opportunity that comes to light for so many people that couldn't normally access it. That's why people go to New York City, because there's people around, there's connections around, there's opportunity that allows you to do cool things like this. But what happens if we get to a space where you can get that level of economic opportunity through a VR headset? I think that's going to make for a really interesting and accessible world. So that's really what we're shooting for with the arts, is just to, make it accessible and to make economic opportunities accessible to people as well. So yeah, this is, I'm hoping in the next few years would be something that just like a regular VR headset without big computers. I'm hoping something like this can be experienced through Arcade.
Well, thanks for the look to the future, Brendan. That's pretty awesome. I can't wait. Hurry up. Hardware
Working on it.
Hardware people, everybody, chip people. I'm glad you didn't say the two words supply chain at all during this. It was good. Or macroeconomic failure. This is the way the future is made. It's made by brave, courageous people like yourself. Thank you for joining us and thank you for sharing.
I really appreciate being on here. Thank you so much for the invite, and until next time.
Thanks, Brendan. We're on to the next thing. The Gray Swan Guild is here. I'm going to stop this and then start it. Thanks, Brendan. And we're stopping the recording. And then we'll start the recording on the cloud. It is 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It must be 5 o'clock somewhere, but today we are in the Gray Swan Guild flat 2D world. Now the flat 2D world looks boring, but we're here. Gray Swan Guild, Day of the Swan. I'm joined by a collection of hardy souls. Some of us who are here with us earlier today. Thank you, David. Thank you, Jacob, for turning. Thank you, Brandon, for being here. Scott, thank you. Fernando, thanks for hanging in. Sean, my partner and co-founder of the Gray Swan Guild. We're here to talk about sense making and futures thinking. And kind of as we flow into the evening hours, we're kind of shifting gears. As we went through antiques, then to outer space, then the inner space of the metaverse, and now we thought we'd do something a little bit different. We're trying to touch all demographics as we talk about things in the world, and this one's close to heart with me. I invited Jacob Tyree, a resident of Toronto, who knows how to say hello on VR. The two-handed. This is a very good thing. Is this good? Is this a good thing? This is good. Okay. So this is the format of this is a roundtable. It's an Ask Me Anything AMA straight from Reddit. Jacob is the subject. It's Ask Jacob, Ask a Millennial anything you want. I know that there's parents here with teenagers in the room and the older kids as well. But Jacob, if you take yourself off mute.
Hello.
Hello, Jacob.
So yes, yeah, I'm Jacob, and I am what my father describes as a millennial, and your local Torontonian who currently lives within the house of my father, but I'm living underneath him, in this here basement. And I currently work as a grocery clerk at the Metro at Liberty Village. That's how I got
Liberty Village. Just not everyone here is from Toronto, Jacob. Where's Liberty Village?
Yes, Liberty Village is basically somewhere like at the edge of Toronto, near like basically like the harbor, just pretty much close to it, pretty much close to like the GO train systems, and pretty much near to the more like higher tier condos that are currently in construction as for the past years.
How long does it take you to get to work? How do you get there?
Well, considering that I do not drive, so I take the TTC, the transit system. I take both the subway and bus on the way to work, and approximately how I've measured in my years of service to Metro, about say an hour or less, and that is me taking both the subway and bus.
It's a good tour, lots of experience. You really see the city though, right? Every day?
Yes. As I currently live, for me, both my father, we live on the uptown of Toronto. We're basically like we're living on top of the mountain as I descend down into downtown. It's the city is just basically just there. So and especially at the times of COVID coming towards the end of between 2019 and through 2020, I was been spending all those like years being more than exposed to like 1,000 people per day. And I've only worked from like 5 or 6 hours, depending on whether the people, my colleagues, are of need of my service.
So you're working and COVID hits. I remember the day that the pandemic was declared, we're going into lockdown. It was the last Thursday before lockdown. And you were going to work, you went to work, so we're all worried, and I dropped you off. And then, but I remember you came back home. So, first of all, the Metro, tell me about how big the Metro is.
The Metro, it's not a small store. It is it's actually, it's probably like one of the biggest like Metro like locations, at least that are located within Toronto. It is it pales in comparison to like say the Metro that is located within the Meghalton Center, that is only like 30 minutes walk or 20 minutes if you run. Before my father decided to deliver me to Metro during COVID, it was the one Friday before, like it was the first March when it was announcing that COVID was spreading towards Canada as well. And well, it's like the first time you're seeing, like, say you've been drafted into the military and stuff like that, and you're seeing war for like the first time, and being part of this biological warfare that we all have endured like throughout the years. I just first arrived seeing my store turn into a complete madhouse. My jaw literally dropped as I just saw everything passing by until my boss arrived, had just been basically telling me, "Hey, look alive! We got stuff to do." It was it was quite a few years for me as I was able to get through the day, and then coming home and just telling my father that it was insane.
What were some of the things you saw that made it so insane?
Well, for most grocery stores, like let's say that a Super Bowl is coming up, the store gets more populated, people come in, and they try to get their chips, get their dip, all the barbecue, get the propane going on, just for any sort of like weekend when it comes to like Super Bowl. And that's when our store usually gets more populated with people, especially also like say after a holiday, like just right after right after Victoria Day. But the fact that what was different about it was the fact that I encountered so many people that were just becoming so like unruly. It's as if people were dropping chips like around like the shelves and stuff, as if like we were just approaching the end of the world. The apocalypse was coming. uh, and like, especially like, these have been like the memes that have been going around, that when we had like a huge shortage of toilet paper, and then like most of our shelves, which usually would be usually stacked, are usually just all empty, which is like, oh, which is quite a spectacle. It's like, and then like I started seeing all our shelves being all emptied out and stuff, and then like and then soon enough it's like I hear on the it's like, we've ran out of this thing and it's gonna take like forever to get this thing back. Until of course I'd say like a few months later, we started getting like a good supply of like toilet paper again. That
The first
is,
night, I remember you told me it was empty. And this
Yeah.
store not only is a store, thousands of square feet, produce, canned goods, it also is a warehouse. The whole thing was empty.
yeah, supplies were getting low, and this is not just from like our country like perspective, like it's from like other like, countries, because now like, because people aren't being able to like buy stuff either, produce like starts to become like more disposed, like more produce gets more wasted, more bakery products get more wasted, and now it's like, and it kind of throws the farmers off, because now it's like there's like so much food that's just probably just got to go in the trash, and it has to be replanted, and then has to be, and it's the whole chain was just all just falling apart, and supplies were like getting like so low and stuff that it's like running out of everything, and not just that, like not like just like shopping carts were getting low, because people tend to take them too far, and then they end up just getting stolen, and or they just get stolen just straight up, and just like they take them far away and they just never come back. And so it's like, and I estimated that each shopping cart in Metro, at least from that, like I'm not sure like how much it costs for like other stores, but for Metro carts, they're like, say $200 a piece. So, and then we end up like, say, more than like over like 100 carts. That's like, let's say $48,000 just down the drain. And it's not like they grow on trees or anything like that, because metal is a pretty precious resource. It's not.
During the hard lockdown, Jacob, what were the lineups like?
Okay.
Were they easy to handle?
At first, no, because well, people were taking the whole pandemic seriously at the time, because people were not wearing masks, and soon we had this whole organizing like line and stuff where we had like a certain number of people that we just can't let in, and then most of the other people had to wait outside, while we had, let's say, 2 people who were in charge of the front door, and whenever they bring in like shopping carts and stuff, it is our duty to disinfect them using different sorts of cleaning chemicals that make sure that the germs are able to go away. To a degree.
How clean was the store? Is the store still as clean now as it was back then?
I'd say in comparison, the store has been like much more cleaner and much more sanitized, since most people now more often wash their hands, especially for the people who work from Fresh to Go, works from the meat department, and produce as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And shift gears a little bit. So I know that that was a big scary thing, right?
Oh, it was scary.
How scared were you?
Back when I had no idea was about COVID, when I had no idea like the symptoms and stuff like that, and with the little information I was given, and that the only thing that I was able to know that it it's COVID. It kills people. So when I hear something like a killer virus that's basically been like in that's basically has basically contaminated like our world, it made me very hesitant on being able to go out to like work and stuff like that, because I had a very I had a very fear of dying and stuff like that until my dad here was telling me the information. You told me the information about the symptoms.
Not a doctor, Jacob.
I know you're not a doctor, but you were able to tell me like but you had more information about the virus, like more than I did, because at the time I had no idea about it, because I thought it was a thing that was happening around China, and I thought that which of course I only knew that through memes and stuff like that. But then when I heard that it was spreading more than just China, like throughout the US and then to Canada, I was just like, oh shit. Oh no.
I had a very interesting perspective on when it was spreading around.
Yeah.
Because I would be at social events with people from Hong Kong and London and North America. So we'd be in a room together in Artgate talking about artwork, and then some people from Asia would start talking about how they're in lockdowns, and I was like, lockdown? What do you mean you guys are in lockdown? And then the people that I was connected with in Europe, they started talking about these same lockdowns. And then sure enough, the lockdowns came here. And then the second wave of it, same thing happened. I heard from my friends in Asia that they're going back into lockdown. Then in Europe, they're going back into lockdown. Then it hit again here. So I actually had I had been chatting, just regular hangout conversation with people that were a couple weeks to months ahead of what was to come here.
Yeah, it's yeah, and it would never like, no one would ever think about it, like, it's like, because most diseases and most viruses that we have known, like up to today, have always been like controlled, and only originates from certain countries and certain nations and stuff like that. But when you hear something so deadly, so potent, that is able to spread among like an entire like world and stuff like that, well, that's just like, and especially like how people were like reacting to how the virus was, and how people were like, especially like at my store, where everybody was just rushing, getting like months and months worth of like food and stuff like that, like as if like it's like what did we ended in like some sort of like science fiction like movie and stuff like that, because it's like,
Jacob, I know you play a lot of games online and you got friends online.
yes.
What game reminded you most of what was going on during that kind of panic?
The game that I can name at the top of my head that kind of resembles that sort of feel that COVID did has to be DayZ. That's DAYZ. It's a zombie survival game where you are just pitted and you just start with nothing. You have to explore around you have to explore all around of Russia, and to gather like all the resources you need. Like you need to find supplies, you need to find food, you need to find water, you need to find guns to survive, because it's not only zombies that are your concern here, but it's also like, people too who might hunt you down and stuff like that, and take your stuff, and so on and so forth. It's all just,
that's your favorite reference. You've got this zombie movie going on, except you're living in it. So
yes.
I know, during the lockdown, we couldn't see our friends, but you always saw your friends. You never stopped seeing your friends. Can you tell us why that happened? Tell us about your friend network and your friends and how you guys processed this together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So For me, for when I get off of work, I come home and I just play games either on my own or play with friends who I either know in real life who use other platforms like how I use a platform called Discord, which allows me to not only chat with people through text, but also able to talk with people vocally and being able to use cameras, just like we're using Zoom like right now. So yes, because some of my friends who are in real life, we use that, but there are some friends that I have that live in another place of the world, like, and because most of my friends online are Americans, and sometimes it varies. Like sometimes I would, yeah, I have a lot of U.S. friends. It's
How long have you known some of these friends? How the longest online that you've never met?
The longest, one of the people that I've known that I was able to play with, who lives literally in the US, was for about approximately 7 years, almost a decade. And there are a couple of other.
So you really know each other. The group that you play games together, you game together, you do crazy dystopian games together. And I remember one of the things that happened is that we all decided that, the subway thing, the bus thing, I'm not doing that. So I became the Uber available driver, Uber dad.
You were very popular amongst my other friends by that time.
Giving us like, okay, we're going on the commute. So we're commuting down a nice 45-minute ride. So I'd be talking, I had Jacob for 30 minutes and we just talk about the world and innerverse, outerverse. So one of the things that I remember you told me, sort of, I don't know, a week or two into it, that you guys had stopped playing violent games.
Yes, because, well, here's the thing. And let's say like, let's go back to like, let's say 2009, it was going back to 2009 where, Call of Duty, was the big thing, like between like modern warfare's like 1 and 2. Those are like I was extreme like hype for it and stuff like that. Like being able to immerse myself into a modern military world and stuff. I mean, I enjoyed most of like the World War II games, because at least those games like had more like a bit of more authenticity in how you're able to live in the moments between like, let's say like going into the Battle of Omaha Beach or going with the German invasion on Russia, all those times. But as for like modern warfare, I believe I like the idea of being able to take a gun, just shoot everything and stuff and just kill everything around me without a care in the world. At least that was younger me back then. But as the years went on, when they keep shooting more and more out of more Call of Duty titles and stuff like that, the whole thing just became redundant, because it just felt like it reached to a point where it's just like, man, it just keeps feeling like the same game over and over again, and it becomes boring, like if I'm just playing like the same game every year. So me, among my other friends, decided that, to look at other games a little elsewhere that actually gives a more unique type of like feel and stuff like that, because back then when I was just a wee little lad, I my whole thing was just point and click adventures at that time, little puzzles left and right, that was my jam at the time. That was just it gets the opium like running through my brain. It was those types of especially when it comes to like more games that were like colorful and stuff like that, since it allowed me to pay attention to everything else around me, because me being who I had been diagnosed with ADHD, as the times when it was hard for me to like pay attention and stuff, but I got better as I got older. so, and then realizing that violence in video games can get very boring sometimes, and because I know like people are on this whole thing where it's like, well, hey, violent video games turns people violent. And it's not true. It doesn't really turn kids violent. It's only because it's really up to the parents to help teach them the meanings between right and wrong. Because if a kid doesn't understand the very like concept of death, like for instance, like if it's like, let's say like a 7-year-old kid who just picked up playing, let's say Fortnite, for instance, they think that shooting like real like authentic guns and stuff like that, and the whole cartoonish style makes it look like it's okay, hey, it's okay to shoot people, which in all honesty it isn't. It really it's the kind of like thing that that it's up to parents to teach them that, hey, shooting guns at people is wrong.
So Jake, it sounds like you and your friends are talking about shootings of late. Is that the case? Is that why you were talking about this now?
Oh yeah. I mean, with the recent like past like shootings that have been like happening, like that has been happening like more frequently than like there's been like the school shootings and stuff, and and it's like whenever people hear that, people are just so confused because they don't know like why this happens. Like, like why would a random kid would just take a gun to school and just shoot people? It's crazy. Nobody knows like why it happens, but
Jacob, Lauren has a question too.
Yes, Lauren.
I have 2 questions. First,
yeah. Okay.
I just have to ask while you're here.
Sure.
In your opinion, what do you think that you know about your dad that we need to know?
I mean, like, apart from him, like leaving coffee mugs in the bathroom, forgetting where he put his glasses, or oh man, sometimes even forgetting to like turn off some lights and stuff, which usually that ends up with me having to turn them off, since I'm what people call a late owl. So I usually stay up basically like all night and stuff, especially like if I have like day offs and whatnot. And since I work afternoon shifts, it's all just fine. I just sometimes, I just look around and just feel like, all right, let's see like what it depicts. I don't tell him that though, just to make him feel better. But but yeah, that's basically what it is when it comes to living with my papa. But we still all get along.
We do.
And so I have another question. Well,
Okay.
First I have a little question. So
Sure.
Who does all the chores in the house?
Okay, so our mother, but as the years went by, we started to share our chores and stuff. So I'm basically on cat litter duty.
Okay.
I said duty. I'm sorry. Yeah. But sometimes I do help around, especially like if I'm asked or not, but sometimes I do help take the initiative, because sometimes I want to at least, pull a bit of my weight and stuff around, because like sometimes my parents are getting older and stuff like that. And I'm sorry to put that little reality on there, but
Oof.
Can we make this a 2-hour segment? This is great.
Oh man. I mean,
You know, you can ask Lauren any question. I know you've got a very high intensity curiosity, Jake. You can ask her a question since she's peppering you with questions about other things.
Oh,
Oh no, it's not about me. No, no.
No, it's okay. I don't think I have any
Turn
questions.
the table,
right now.
turn the table.
So I have another question.
Go ahead.
You said that you had ADHD.
Yes.
Are there any specific situations that make you nervous?
Yes. If I'm like, I can be like very too careful when I'm like in my type stations and stuff like that. So, and I
When you're what?
when I'm in more enclosed spaces,
Okay.
and I do, and sometimes it's very hard to say because it's one of those things where you wouldn't notice it from like anyone. Like it's not a physical thing that you can tell, because I have, when it comes to having ADHD, I have selective interests or selective like feelings that most people wouldn't usually react to and stuff. And like how I how it's like it's a matter of like perspective, and it's like and I have a unique way of like thinking as I've been and how I express myself, because I, especially like when I'm talking to like, let's say like a few kind of people from a few stages, stuff like that. So I usually put on a little bit of a hilarity show just to cover the fact of how nervous I am. but yeah, it happens differently for some people who have it, like who either have ADAD, attention deficit disorder, but for me, who has ADHD, hyperactive disorder and stuff, like I'm more like become like more of like a free spirit. And I have been on medication when I was about 13 years old, but since I turned 16, I stopped taking pills and stuff because they were making me more depressed to the point where it was like starting to like physically hurt me and stuff, and I just didn't like feeling that way anymore. So it took a while for me to get used to being off the pills and stuff, because being able to control my very exciting nature and stuff, how I'm very shifty, I move around stuff, I can't stay in one place, I say weird things out of nowhere without even thinking. But thanks to the schools I went into, they helped me.
What kind of schools, Jacob?
They were it was first when I was like it was first Dunblane, the public school. Yes, public school that I went to since I was about 7 years old, and then I graduated from that when I was 11 or 12. I think it was 12 and 12. But then I went to Aerosmith School, which that was the place where it was starting, which was the school that tried to help me slow down, like being able to doing repetitive things over and over and over again, but much more slower and much more controlled. That kind of helped dulled my hyperactive tendencies. And things that helped help things with the brain and help stimulate that sort of sense. And yeah, it's those are basically the skills then. And then high school, I was at the YMCA Academy, which also still helped people with certain disabilities that couldn't function in normal schools. But and for some people who either are either like mentally like me or physically incapable, so it's helps people out. But still with
so
that,
can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Would going to a quote unquote normal school make you nervous? What would it be like? What do you think of it? Like, what would happen that would be different?
Because I think how it would happen, like it would be like people would not be aware that I have like this like condition that most kids wouldn't be able to like understand at the time if like because well, we're all like kids, we're not exactly like we're not very like familiar with mental issues or being aware on like medical issues or whatever, or what have you. And sometimes there are teachers that aren't prepared to deal with these like types of students. And
What is to be dealt with? Like, what is that? I'm so
Yeah.
desperately trying to understand.
Yeah, like because when it comes to teaching, like a teacher has to take their time to try to focus on that on that student that has problems paying attention. Like for me, for example, because I was one of those kids that like a teacher is trying to like teach you stuff, and here I am just looking what was that? I'd be looking off somewhere, my attention is elsewhere. Like, it's like, oh man, it's the little things that get my focus and stuff. So what it takes for a teacher to help in these sort of like moments is that they need to take their time and stuff but the problem is a teacher's time is so limited and stuff that they can't just focus on just one student. No, like they got to focus on everyone. But so with the teachers that I've dealt with who are informed of the certain conditions that I was in and what the other students were in, they're able to actually take the time to sometimes even like one-on-one sessions, where they take me to like a more quieter setting room without any distractions, without anything, and just having to focus on this one person and then focusing on the one thing that's right in front of me, and then just making sure that I'm like, hey, pay attention here. Okay. It's it can be a real strain at the time, but I got used to it. And being able to one of my problems was I could never look a person in the eyes. I can never do it. Like I was very nervous and stuff like that. Like I'd be trying like even like with my parents too, because I'd be like, I'd say I try to talk to my dad and I'm just like looking, I'm like apparently having a conversation like to my left. But eventually why?
Yeah. What happens when you look at someone in the eyes?
It's like I get nervous, I guess. I get this like very like this rising anxiety that wells up within me that for some reason like prevents me from like looking a person in the eye. I don't know why. It's like it was so weird. I didn't understand it, but it just happened anyway. It was a habit I had, but as I got older, I try to actually like look a person in the eye and then making sure that, hey, I'm paying attention to you. Don't worry, and I'm actually talking to you. So that's it was a weird phase I went through, but yeah, I soon
is it because it's intense when you look at someone in the eye?
It's hard to explain because like it was a nervous feeling I'd had. Like like being like who's very hyperactive, I get very nervous from like a little things. Like I get these stressful feelings and stuff like that just makes me feel like I'm like I'm not safe or something, especially like around like new people and stuff who I'm not used to and stuff. But I've learned to being able to become more socially adept and making sure that I'm able to actually being able to look a person in the eye, and which has gotten better. And so that so that's been like a less thing going on and stuff. That's always been like one of my issues, and especially like when I try to move and doing like hand gestures and stuff like that just to help keep that covered.
What's up with the hand gestures?
It's kind of like a dramatic thing because I've done some drama for school and stuff, and it's helped me being able to help express myself, and it's kind of like my usual like thing and stuff like that, since I do like sometimes have to act a little bit more animated and stuff like that for usually like entertainment purposes and stuff, while it's basically like me who's making sure like I'm like being calm and whatever, and then making sure that I'm not like gonna feel like I'm on the brink of like total like having like total anxiety happen when it comes to interacting with people, which I've gotten more used to as I went along, especially like being between the outside and then being able to like openly like talk to like random people online. and just going with the flow of things, and that's been fun. Which I've done.
So if you were doing something online, like in a Zoom room, what would make you feel relaxed? What would be some things like when you arrived there that would put you at ease?
When like let's say like I come home from work and I just had like a very stressful day, and like and before
There's no yeast.
Yeah.
All the yeast is gone. Everyone's asking for yeast. Where's the yeast?
Oh my God, that is true. There's been a yeast problem. Actually.
Oh, stop, Jacob. I don't mean to distract you. What makes you comfortable when you get going on Zoom or online?
I just I usually calm down by just playing either like a random game or just listen to music. That usually helps me calm the nerves, especially or if I'm really feeling more like adventurous, I just try more ambient noises and stuff like that. Different like sources of ASMR that helps me get me in this like sort of like calm motion stuff. And or if I really need to like calm down stuff, I usually just meditate as last resort, since I do when I'm not working from time to time, within like twice per week, I practice martial arts.
What level of martial artist are you?
I am currently a black belt in a art called Kabuto, which I've but I first started karate since I was about 9 years old, which I believe that karate actually has been the main source of that I'm able to become like more calm, much more zen, as I've done it for like more than a decade. And so it wasn't like just my schools that were helping me like get over like my ADHD problems. It was also martial arts that was helping me get into a more like finding my center and getting to becoming like more like relaxed. And
so, Nick, you've got a brown belt in karate. That's just the hand arts. Kabuto is weapons.
Yes.
And you're a second degree black belt in weapons, and you've been practicing since 2002.
Seriously?
Yes.
And every black belt is a teacher. You can't get a black belt without being a teacher.
Yes.
And then when you do have a belt, you're actually not allowed telling anybody any of this stuff. So it's a secret. It literally is Fight Club.
We don't talk about Fight Club. So
wait a minute though. How come nobody with a yellow belt ever brags though? It's always the black belts that hear. Oh, they've got.
So Jacob, tell Jill why you don't have a black belt in the hand arts.
When it got to a point where martial arts was just not doing it for me, like it got to a point where I was just so tired of doing karate and stuff, so I simply moved on to Kabuto, which is practicing with ancient weaponry that has been well known between not only weapons that we see from Japan, but also from China as well.
Hang on, you're ducking the question here. Tell me about sparring and fighting. You get a black belt, you have to fight.
I didn't like fighting.
Why not?
Ah, man. Okay, so this has always been it, because when it comes to grading, when it comes to like trying to be like a black belt in karate, there was a certain point of aggression that you have to show, because when it comes to when it comes to, you know, that you're pitted against 3 people that you have to fight off. And well, I didn't like that. I just I can't get to that. There's a certain limit to like how much aggression that I can be, and I just felt like I couldn't do it. Like I just can't be that aggressive because I'm just not that person.
I've seen you play Warframe.
Well, that's a game. Okay? Like when I'm playing a game that literally has me play like a robot ninja and stuff like that, I feel safe. I feel like if I end up being dead in Warframe and stuff like that, then no consequences, right? Like I'm still okay. I'm not physically hurt. And you know, it's like there's a difference between, because you know, and then doing things that are basically physically impossible for me to do. You know, that's the type of thing that helps me being able to, like, yes, most weapons in Warframe are pretty, especially the melee weapons, are pretty much authentic to like weapons that we see in China and Japan. But still, like you know, like I when it comes to video games, those limiters are off. But when it's me in real life, like, you know, I can't really hurt somebody. There's a difference between like fighting in real life and it is in real life. Because, you know, when it comes to like real life and stuff like that, and if you're in that situation, it's like you're in that fight or flight situation. And that's either gonna have me go like run away or just go for it, which most of the time it's gonna result in the former. Where in video games, I'm just like, I'm always in.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
So we've got about 10 minutes left just to get your head around that, Jake.
Yeah.
And we've got any other, so if anyone wants to go in a different direction, that's good. I've got a couple other questions. I'm just going to sort of shift gears and just show some of you people, if you haven't seen some of the things that Jacob has talked about tonight in Fortnite or anything like that, he can take you on a little tour or show you a silly game when he says an easy game to have how relax. But I observe Jacob and his friends take care of each other through the last couple of years. And they do it through and process things through gaming. They choose games to reflect what they are feeling and what they talk about. Sometimes they just get on the wire and just talk.
Yep.
And there's no game going on at all.
Yeah, like sometimes we just vibe and just talk about stuff that's been like going on, and you know, and sometimes I've had conversations that literally go all night. Like, you know, and especially like if like, you know, if there's a friend that's like, you know, really needs to talk and is going through rough patches and whatnot, you know, I'm there, you know, I'm always available. Even if, let's say, you know, somebody just lives like on the other side of the world, I try my best to be available, even if we all live in a different time zone. It's yeah, it's one of those things like you know, because you know, and sometimes when it comes to whether it's Fortnite or some other game and stuff like that, like, you know, there's or as we do online, we also play Dungeons and Dragons, which we also play role-playing games as well.
Yeah, I remember that. You've got a long-running role-playing game where it's a sort of loose version of Dungeons and Dragons. I remember that during the pandemic, you invented a campaign.
I did.
And the big evil thing was what?
It wasn't a focus though. It was something that did reference COVID that I implemented into the campaign that I ran. But it was It didn't stay though. It was just there. It was funny. It was a laugh. People were just like, I can't believe you did this. But then it was just gone. It was there and it was just gone. We just moved on from that.
You took your band and the evil thing was COVID and you killed it.
Well, we didn't kill it. We well, for the big bad, in terms of the big bad, we didn't kill her. No. We basically just forced her, we just dealt her into submission and stuff until like she just agreed with our terms, and actually it got to a one ending that she actually just worked with us. Yeah. It's because, well, when it comes to like most things, like when it comes to role-playing games, whether it's like Dungeons and Dragons or like whatever, it's not always about killing things. Because it's a difference between like role playing like a character rather than just playing a video game and stuff, because when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons, it's more structured, and there are layers upon layers of which type of character you role play as. And sometimes you might play somebody who's all muscle and smashes everything, or you just play somebody who's like more timid and stuff like that, and very very unsure about this whole fighting thing, because I could get hurt, if you want to go something more real like that, or just play somebody who's just in it for the money, who just wants to make money, you're doing a job, you do it, you get paid, just like real life, when you're working.
That's Jacob's impression of me.
Oh, yes.
That's a good one, Jake. Good. I caught you there. That's good. Yeah. Jacob does impersonations all the time. Some quick ones. 5
Sure.
minutes. Top favorite game to play when you want to relax?
Oh, when I want to relax. Okay.
Fast ones, Jake. Fast.
Oh, fast ones. Okay. I play Audio Surf, which is a game that I just literally surf with the music I play.
Audio Surf. Write that one down.
Yeah.
What's the best visual game?
Best visual game. That would be Valley, which is an environmental game where you're actually like wearing a suit that helps you leap through various distances and runs fast as well.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite movie these days?
My favorite movie these days? That would be that would be Tron Legacy on Disney.
Oh wow, Tron Legacy. Interesting. Old school.
2010 was a good time.
Favorite musician these days?
Muse.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Okay, I mean, most of Muse's songs kind of basically hits home with how the world is,
What's your favorite song from Muse?
Pressure.
Interesting. Favorite old school series?
Oh no. Because I've gone back and watched them because I was bored. Boredom does a lot of things. One I can name at the top of my head, I did watch the old Magic School Bus.
Magic School Bus. All right.
Yeah.
You must know them all off by heart.
Oh yeah.
Favorite food?
Singapore noodles.
From where?
Oh, I think definitely at the restaurant that we went to after the Raptors game.
Chinatown. Favorite sport?
Oh man. Well, the thing is, I'm not that big on sports, but if I had to pick a favorite one, it would definitely just be it'd be basketball. That I just like to watch.
Live sports games. Favorite book? What's the last book you read?
Last book I read was either the Five Ancestors or the actual book version of The Princess Bride.
Can't go wrong with that book. It's a great book.
It is a great book, yeah.
What else do I got for you? Favorite candy?
Cherry Blasters. Second would be Mars Bars for sure.
And what's you know what a guilty pleasure is?
Yes.
Oh, what's a guilty pleasure? Something that telling people that you'll never see again is you're fine with, but you know, a little uncomfortable. Don't be too gross for me. Guilty pleasure.
Okay. Yeah, like let's say like around like let's say like 3 a.m. and stuff like that. There's like these sometimes my guilty pleasure is just seeing pop zits and stuff.
Oh, Jacob, you tell the truth all the time. That's a good guilty pleasure. Wow.
That is shared by a lot of people I know. It missed me, that one.
What comes
Isn't
out
there
of,
like a Dr. Pimple Popper or something?
Yes. Yeah. It's actually an ASMR thing. Yeah. That they have done, like, you know, actual, like, you know, spa people who just really just
Jacob, I know ASMR. Popping zits in my brain is not ASMR. Oh my lord.
Fair enough.
I mean, I love people smoothing on frosting on a cake. That is my version of ASMR. So
you've been a real
fair.
support, and I really appreciate your time. You know, I love you dearly.
Love you too.
Thank you. And thanks for letting us ask you anything. Just to be fair, you could pick anyone you want who's not me and ask them anything. Just one question. And make sure it's a good one.
Oh no, good questions. My kryptonite. Well, you know, I don't really know, because it's like, you know, there's so many like new faces and stuff that you know, it's hard for me to pinpoint like a question that would actually be something like it could be worth asking and stuff, you know.
Just buying time. He's buying time. Where do you learn that? I learned it from Sean Moffat. You're buying time. Ask a question.
Oh, I do it.
I couldn't possibly. Okay, so I mean, like, so what do you all do for your careers?
That's good. That's good. Let's go around the table really quickly. Brandon, you start. Oh, not there. John, what do you do for your career?
I used to be a marketing dude, working for a lot of different beer companies and tech companies. And now I would consider myself an innovator, a strategist, a tech person. So yeah.
I see. So basically, like, everyone who like starts like usually somewhere usually ends up like doing like more general work and stuff. That's good.
That's an interesting, you know what? That's an interesting observation. We had this conversation earlier on today, Jacob, and that's true. We had this whole idea of, you know, multidisciplinary, right? Like you get to a point in your career where maybe you've got enough stuff that you can do a lot of more general things. Really astute.
Scott, if you're not there, Jill, are you there? What do you do for a living? For your career?
Well, I like to say that I'm a creative director. So what that means is typically it's for marketing things, and I work a lot in video in terms of trying to create videos that will tell a story and get attention, and sometimes sell stuff or market stuff in interesting ways. And sometimes I'm using technology to try and do that and get in front of audiences wherever they might be. But right now, I'm kind of doing that. I'm working for Humber College, and I'm heading up the creative services department, and we do all of the content for, you know, a lot of the different parts of the institution. So marketing, you know, we have Iron Chef competitions, so we're covering that. We do robotic competitions, covering that. We've got videos promoting all the different programs. Yeah, that sort of thing. That's what I do.
I've not watched like any like robot battles or any like chef shows in so long, since I've mostly just been like, since YouTube's basically been like my TV for so long.
Most of our stuff is on YouTube. So we're doing a lot of these things are kind of like mimicked. I would say they're kind of like mimicking those kinds of competitions, but at a college level. So they're,
right.
You know, so the students are doing Iron Chef competitions, and then we're sort of videotaping that. So it's pretty fun.
Yeah. I went to George Brown, and I have seen all that going around. There was I've heard about the talks of Iron Chefs, since this whole cooking district of just young chefs just learning how to cook. And I think I didn't look into it, but I think there was talks about like robotics and stuff. So I actually understand and like where that usually comes from, since since George Brown has delved into all that stuff.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Lauren?
Oh, I'm a cat herder.
Great. You're already on top of my list. You as somebody who loves cats, you know, and we own 2 cats, you know, but you know, since myself and my mother we're super obsessed with cats. So yeah, it's great.
Good job, Lauren. I don't know if Scott's there. Scott, are you there? Maybe not. All right, so that's Ask Me Anything. Jacob, thank you very much. Well done. Good job.
Thank you very much.
You can hang out if you like, but we are wrapped for this session. I'm going to hit the stop button. This is what we do each time, and we're going to go on to the next segment, which is almost the midnight hour.
All right.
Thanks, Jacob.
No problem.
That was great,
Jacob.
Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome.
You can hang around if you want.
All right.
Or you can split.
Yeah,
I'm gonna split. Really nice to see you all.
Yeah, I'm gonna split too. Thank you, everyone.
We are the Grace Island Guild. This is the next segment. It's 11 o'clock at night in the east. It's dark. The stars are out. The stars are on the screen. Stars have been on the screen all day. We've seen over a few hundred people so far on the day of the Swan, looking back to look forward. As we coast into the evening hours, 14 hours into this, I think. If I do my math right, my math's wrong again. But I'm Rob Tyree. I'm one of the co-founders of the Guild. I'm joined with Sean Moffat, got a few other people, the Stragglers, Jill Rosenberg, who's a dancer as well as a creative artist, as well as a digital expert. Lauren, who's a genius psychologist, truth talker, thinker. Scott, master of creation and engineer. We're all together, and we're going to do a segment called Fly Trap, capturing 25 ways to improve the world and make it a better place, right, Sean?
I hope so, right? I mean, I think it's all in your interpretation, whether some of your crazy ideas that you've been looking forever to expose to the world are improving the world, but they'll probably improve somebody's world, right? So yeah, I thought, you know what, our experience from last year was you get late into the night, at least in our neck of the woods, we want something generative and interactive, who's ever in our late night Scrabble of people. And I thought what an easy thing to do with a little bit of learning, but a lot of just like, let's have some fun, is trying to figure out 25 completely new ways to improve the world. And that's the only rule I will put on all of these ideas that we produce together. just tell me that you've never heard of this idea before as you mention it. So I'm going to invite who's left to pull together some of their creative juices and come up with some good stuff. I thought I would at least mention there's two inspirations here, right? Does anybody know who this is?
I know who he is.
WKRP.
Oh man, I think you all do, which may betray your age or may betray your viewing styles. I'm not too sure.
Johnny
but
Peter's better half.
yeah, God rest Johnny Fever's soul. Howard Hessman just died, I think, earlier this year, or maybe late last year. Yeah. This was Venus Flytrap, the nighttime DJ for WKRP, which to this day, why they haven't tried to remake that show or at least bring those actors back for a reunion, I have no idea. But I loved Venus Flytrap. I loved the WKRP show. He was the late night DJ. I thought, this is probably a great way to theme this show. I also had a few Venus Flytraps I owned as a child, and I was always like fascinated. Like, should I be concerned about these Venus Flytraps? If these things evolve over time, will they eat humans too? But I thought we could use Venus Flytraps for good here and actually try to capture some of our best ideas as opposed to any carnivorous instincts that we might have. So those are the two inspirations, and I've asked myself the question, because I think all of us think a little bit differently than each other, which is a good thing, particularly in these type of sessions. But I do think the nesting place for where the best ideas come from is a little bit different. I know one of the landscapes for the book that if I ever do it, if I ever publish it, I actually did look at the world and looked at kind of common ways that ventures get created through ideas. I'll go through them quickly. You notice the unexpected occurrences is really huge, right? If you talk to many founders, they go, look, I looked at something and this was a complete surprise to me. Nobody had done this, or I hadn't made that connection, or what have you. And so unexpected occurrences, design thinking is all around understanding customers' problems, deep problems and pain. And so that's how a lot of ideas develop. Certainly IDEO's made a huge business around that. Reframing of new knowledge. So imagine if you take a new course and take what you used to know and combine it with other things, all of a sudden you've got a 1 + 1 = 3 on your hands. It can be through a lot of sweat, just all this culmination of efforts. I worked on this problem for 5, 6, 10 years, and all of a sudden I made a breakthrough. New knowledge and capacity. You find somebody, you collaborate with somebody, they've got a bit of the equation, you've got a bit of the equation, and it adds up to something bigger. Spotting the incongruities. This can lead you down the wrong path, but it's like, look at the thing that's out of place. Like, why is it that, people only like people with green eyes? Why is that? Okay, let's check that out. And sure enough, you come up with an answer that can turn into an idea that you can venture. Connecting and configuring trends. I love to do this in my regular professional life, where it's like you take trends from much different spaces, combine them together and turn them into something new. You loosen the constraints on something, your CEO comes down the hallway and goes, forget about what I used to say. This is now the new regimen. You can kind of look outside of this kind of more confined purview. You can mind map and model. You can look at different industry changes, much like the pandemic, and looking at how your industry operates with the new mind. You can look at cultural values and perceptions and how they've changed. I love this tool called Scamper. It's just really good in terms of concepting things a little bit differently, and it leads to really good brainstorms. Making random associations. I think we brought up, was it today or another day? We brought up cereal, Ukraine, and I forget the other one.
Zombies.
Morning cereal.
Zombies.
And so we came up with Zelenskios, which was a zombie version of, something that we could fundraise for the Ukraine. So, good. I mean, not a great idea, but an idea nonetheless. Certainly what if future scenarios, demographic, or just like big statistical changes that you've seen in the world. And sometimes just plain serendipity and luck, right? The guy that was trying to invent eBay, there's a little bit of urban myth attached to it, but apparently he was just looking for Pez dispensers and all of a sudden found out he had a tough time doing it. created eBay out of his challenge. So in this session, this time that we have together, and I was fully prepared to serve up 25 ideas myself. I think I've come up with about 23, but I really want to get the power of the people that are on this piece together. Can we come up with 25 ideas that will improve the world? And the only thing I'd say is make them truly novel and maybe provide some pieces of evidence, even if they are crazy, that says, yeah, they got a chance to work. So are you guys game in this late night DJ session together? Lauren, can I have a thumbs up? Jill, can you smack your hand? I don't need to see a face, but just smack your hand that says you're good to go.
Face.
Smack my hand. Okay.
Well, I don't know, or whatever kind of icon you want to use. That's great. And Scott, are you here? Scott might not be here. All right. I'll start, and I'll ask all of you guys a question. When you think M&Ms, what do you think?
Bad music from Detroit.
Okay, let's keep going.
I really just
yeah.
it's my go-to candy most of the time, and always the nuts version, never just the chocolate version.
Yeah, for sure.
It was a counter competitive candy. It was up against Smarties. Smarties were first. It was the counter to Smarties, and they didn't have the quality level of Smarties. I seem to remember that. They're all marketing driven. All these candies, they're made by guys like Sean, not like guys like Rob.
Recovering guys like Sean, right? That's what you meant to say.
That's what I meant.
You haven't tripped over my wire, so I'll go down one more road. What do you think of when you think of Geico?
That little frog.
Yellow frog. Oh, it's a gecko.
That's a lizard or something.
It's a gecko.
Yeah, that.
He's green though. He's green.
All right, you guys are on to my business though, because if I went back to M&Ms again, they got a pretty interesting mascot, right?
You're thinking about the little guys,
right? I've even got one here. That's how common they are. I don't know. Can I, without him waffling around?
The brand.
So here's my
mascots. They have.
This is probably one of my worst ideas, but I think there's so many businesses that need a mascot. So becoming a corporate mascot business, because you can say things, you can use clever marketing copy, but in the year 2022, the things that get remembered are the things that are fun, the things that are experiential. And I think if I was BlackRock investment firm, I think having a good corporate mascot would put a happier face on a pretty stale kind of company. So that was probably one of my worst ideas, but there you go. Rob, since you are a generative person, any ideas that are etching out to improve the world?
I've been noodling this one. I have dreams about it. It starts actually the idea starts as a series of short stories that are I can articulate the idea and then move to patents afterwards. But one of the basic ideas, it's using kind of existing technologies. There's a bit of robotics. So there's a bit of low-end robotics. What's that thing called with guys like to drive a Bobcat, like a Bobcat? So a small sort of tractor with a front-end blade and a device on the back that you use to clean up things and you use it on a farm or in a backyard. So it's small. But this thing is a Bobcat combined with some robotics and some AI. And what it does really, really well is it makes trails. It just makes trails like in a park, like Algonquin Park or Yosemite Park. It just knows how to drive, slow down, cut trees, dig up rocks, and make a trail. And it does it pretty slowly, be really pleasurable to watch. It's not a rush. It just never stops making trails. So you basically make trails that are smart because you've got it all plugged into a big GPS network. So you know the topography. So you know all the geography. You know where the best trails are to follow the contours of the land.
I'm sorry. I'm like in the middle of nowhere here. Is this part of the series of short stories, or are we on a new idea?
No, the short story starts with describing walking in and seeing one of these things. First of all, you start, the story is just a way of describing this thing. In order to describe them, it's better to do it in the short story. But it's about, the short stories are about robots that do fascinating things in parkland, generally. So that's the short stories about that. One of the first stories is about this bobcat tractor-sized robot that knows how to make trails in the woods that are human walkable.
I love the fact that Lauren had such a disgusted face, like she was just not liking the story that you were going down here, Rob.
I
It was
shifted
just like,
gears quickly. I'm a little tired, but I switched gears from stories, which are one thing, and a bobcat, which is another thing. But I think
all right, so
I
we've
would.
got the,
No, I
we've got the,
wasn't disgusted. I was like lost in the woods.
Well, if we had this bobcat, the trail maker, it would have this perfect trail. And if you've ever gone canoeing and you've gone on a portage that is not maintained, one, or if you've ever had to maintain a trail like I used to do when I lived on my farm, it's actually really hard to do, to pick the trails and make them human consumable. But it would be really great. It would open up parks to people. It would make them all safer, and it would make them all one step more wonderful. Now, this is just a repeated pattern of what really happens in nature. Because if you roll the clock, this is another chapter, Lauren. If you roll the clock backwards and you take yourself to the Great Plains or near the Rockies, and then any great animals that grew up there, like buffalo or deer or moose, they make their own trails. They walk along contours of the land, and they walk over and over, generation after generation, until it's the best path between the high part, which is safe, and the low part close to water. Many of the
all
roads.
right, I'm going to jump in here because we got to come up with 25 at this
right.
at this rate. This level of storytelling will get us to 5 great ideas, but we need 25. So we got
less generative, more to the punch.
We've got the Trailblazer Bobcat. I love it. That's on top of our corporate mascot business that we're developing. Jill, Lauren, do you have an idea that's surfaced in your synapses yet?
Well, I'll always have a million ideas, but I'm really tired tonight. But I think I call it the Great Experiment, and I think the Great Experiment is that literally the entire world, we shut down social media for a year and see how we transform as a human race. That's my existential thought of the evening. I think it's doing too much damage. As somebody who's been doing social forever, yeah, I just think it's enough.
It was funny. We had some people on an earlier hour together today that had similar sentiments. They said, their level of benefit out of social media is almost at zero now. Like even though they were ardent about it 10 years ago. So I love it. The Great Experiment. I'm gonna zip in here with one that might have a similar sentiment, or you might be going on a different direction. And does anybody know the Heineken commercial called "Open Your World," where they take two people from very different sides of the equation and they get together over a beer? So you've got somebody who is right-leaning, maybe with some racist sentiments, and you put them together with somebody left-leaning and maybe a different nationality, and they get together over a beer and talk out their different things. So I call it find the middle. And at any point in time, this can operate as an online platform, as a live thing. You can meet somebody that is on the exact opposite side of the fence that wants to find the middle with you. And so hopefully as a cure to polarization and things that, really is kind of not listening to the other side. So there you go. Find your middle. That's our 4th idea. Lauren?
All of my ideas are sort of hard to sum up in like a sentence.
Bad. Try it.
Okay. Well, I would love to see a serendipity engine, which basically gets magic to come to you. It basically makes magic. I am thinking about a time machine. And so this time machine can it's like a healing time machine that can go to a traumatic event. It can like go back in time to a traumatic event and reenact it in like a different kind of way, in like a maybe like a metaverse, like constellation event that people can participate in to actually like redo it and heal the pain that the event caused, and basically do kind of like historical redos. Does that make any sense?
So like in a hologram kind of world, or maybe we are actually doing the H.G. Wells time machine.
Yeah, it's like those maybe like how people do those Civil War reenactments.
Yep.
It's like that, except you actually like reenact the history in a different way and cause different things to happen. So you actually like heal the rift in time. And I think that if you did that, it would be real enough so that you could actually change history. So
I
that
like
just
that a lot.
Wow.
I like that a lot. And I like the use case that you've presented. There's probably a number of use cases for doing it, but I think all of these historical riffs, just getting a big, I mean, particularly with students, right? Just a better appreciation for the time and a better appreciation for context and how do we push things forward. That's great.
And also something
Rob?
that's been on my mind is like, I don't know how to describe it in a snappy way, but I think we need much better outfits that aren't like fast fashion. But like, remember in Black Panther when people had these like magnificent outfits and they just had like, one or two like really regal outfits that were designed for the particular person. I think that would be cool to have much fewer things but better things
I like it.
that
I like that too.
actually
What do we
like,
call that?
I don't know.
Iron Man by Under Armour. Under Armour. Under Armour, by the way, is the best clothing on earth. I'm just saying.
It's pretty good. They've had some bad financial results recently, but I buy their clothes for sure.
I'm wearing some now. That's a really good idea. I'm still processing the healing time machine because I think it'll work. It's a very good use of modern gaming technology to have people reprocess things, and it based on therapy. There are therapeutic methods that take you and go through that process directly. Some of it's aversion therapy, which is I don't think a very good thing. But in EMDR, to reprocess horrific events rapidly, that's the method. You go back to the place and process it again. And then in order to get you there, doctors have to get you in a meditative state, very relaxed or almost at a hallucinogenic state. And that's hard for people to get to. This technique that you have, Lauren, that you're indicating, would be a fast way of getting there. Like you're there. And then often people remember their traumatic memories in different ways, a different way than you remember anything else, because it's a traumatic memory and they remember it like a movie. And often when people talk about their dreams, they get to a state where they're watching themselves, they're outside themselves, seeing themselves being hit or being hurt. So the visual side of it, what you're talking about, works. It's doable. It's doable in like less than 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I'd say
less than $100 million to get it started. Go ahead.
That may be a top quartile idea that comes out of our stuff. I'll throw in, we had this great discussion about homes and living on one of our news wrap. There's a real trend toward communal living, right? Both from a real estate standpoint and how I can't afford a home and I'm a young family and how do I do it? And there's tons of people that are just priced out of this market. I was talking to a couple just the other day that by good fortune found a really beat up home. They bought it, but they're looking at about 10 to 15 years of renovations just to afford what they want to eventually have. So here's the idea. It's probably a bad working title, but let's call it Couples B&B. you pair up two different new couples that are starting out, and they get together and purchase homes together. This is all solved through different contracts, be it blockchain or whatever, legally enforceable. But it kind of takes a user that is completely in need of the experience of owning a house and says, look, you want it in a certain place. It's unaffordable. It'll always be unaffordable based on current environment. Why don't we pair you up with another couple that, because, honestly, versus the 1950s, our homes are twice as big as they were in the 1950s. So there's no different equation in terms of the amount of space that you would have going into a 3,000 square foot home than a 1,500 square foot home in the year 1950. So anyway, couple B&B, and hopefully it solves a bit of a real estate issue. Rob?
Two quick ones. An extension to Trailblazer Bobcat is a Trailblazer footbridge builder. So it's a robot that knows how to build a bridge across small bodies of water or crevices. One, bridge builder, footbridge builder. Second one is a kind of soap that's more like a cream, that's really nanobots that eat odor and any bad thing on your body that's not supposed to be there, and moisturizes lovely and smells nice. So all you do in the morning when you want to clean up is you rub yourself, nice self hug, and then you're clean.
This is a little bit of 17th century France meets new technology, right? Nobody showered back then. You just rub rose petals on. You've got different rose petals. I like it.
I'm actually inspired by the Greeks. You know how they used to, and the Phoenicians, you know how they used to clean themselves? They didn't take showers, so they didn't bathe in water. They would use oil, gentle oils, flavored oils, and then slightly sharp-edged thing, and scrape themselves.
Well, I don't want to go back to that. I'll take your other idea, though. That sounds better. Jill, you got an idea percolating?
Well, I would like this problem solved. If I think about, I feel like my entire life has been spent moving objects from different places, be it a purse, a bag, furniture, a laundry, a grocery. I just want something like some robot, because how many times do you have to repeat the same thing over and over again?
Mm.
And like if you did a little like GPS mapping of my entire life, it would just be depressing, because it would just be, oh my God, she's been carrying probably, if I could count the amount of hours and days and the amount of weight of things that I've had to carry. So I would like because Rob, you're inventing some robots. If you could invent a robot that would just fix that daily problem, that would be nice.
Jill,
You know what?
if you're close to the internet, Jill, search Dyson robot. I think it's done.
Really? Okay.
He's got a crawler, and it looks like a housekeeping robot, but it's got an arm to it. And I think that if you got little on it, it's doable. Follow you around and like pick this thing up and put it where it belongs. Scissors in the drawer, shoes in the shoe rack. Lauren, you'd love this thing.
But maybe even if it's like, I want it to be outside also, because I have to carry things like just something that follows me around, like an R2D2, like something that's like, can just do all that. Let's buy like a sidecar, some sort of sidecar robot.
But it does a simple thing around you. Just like make sure that your stuff's together.
Yeah.
I love it, Jill. And there was an article I read in the last week about they've tried to send these autonomous boats across the ocean, and they can do it. The only challenge is there's no R2D2 when something breaks, right? Or
Right.
some repetitive type of task.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that prevents them doing it. So in that case, it's keeping it going. But I buy your argument that there's just repetitive things that a robot should be able to do. Lauren, you got one percolating?
Yeah, so again, some of these are kind of complex and hard to sum up in one sentence, but I'll try. So for a long time I've been imagining, okay, so my husband is trying to set up a business in Niger, and a solar energy business. and it just is so frustrating the way that it works. Like the companies come in and they are manufactured in, you know, Germany or China or something like that, and they sell these like this expensive equipment that no one in Africa could like repeat and redo. It's not open source, it's all closed source. So like if it gets to like a little like African village, and something doesn't work, it just goes into a junkyard. It just becomes junk because if a nonprofit isn't paying for it, they can't replace it. It's the dumbest model of development. Like no one would ever design anything this way. So I've always imagined like kind of like an open source innovation where you'd have where people could make solar kits with what is actually like in their village, and you have instructions on how to do that, as simple as like apps with videos that can be just on a mobile phone that shows you how to just take whatever materials you might have around and build things yourself, because right now you can't do that. So it's a better idea than that, but that's how I can describe it in such a little bit of time.
Okay, we're gonna write all these down, and hopefully we'll have other guild members build on them.
Hang on. Lauren, do it one more time. You've got this. You did a preamble. So what is it? Start at the end.
It's basically like solutions in a box that have been really thought out before, and they're spreadable solutions. So it's like it allows you to just look around, see what resources you have at hand, and allow you to build with the particular things you have and actually make things, and then build on top of that and add your things to the pot. So it's real like true open source. Like it's basically a series of open source international labs that are connected.
So it's almost like I mean, it's modular in focus, right? Like
Yes,
you're
totally
dealing with
modular.
your
Let's put down modular,
resources.
right? Like it's the right modules that are all interchangeable, and you've got solutions that are like, hey, your recipes, and you've got all the different parts. There's some things that rotate, there's some things that connect, there's some things that are hinges, but they always work together, whether you're making a something to fix your laundry or making a windmill, they'll work together. So if something that yeah. So modular building tools that are self-repairing would be really good.
I mean, what my dream is to you could build, you can start small, but they could actually like work together to build up super complex like mini citywide kinds of systems where there's a, you know, like for example, the problem is there's like a, you know, someone's developed like a trash collecting system, like kind of a business that is in one like African village, but that news doesn't spread. Like no one else knows how to do it. And it's not easy enough to, the instructions aren't easy enough. It's basically a bunch of work goes into making it super simple. So it's just like a simple recipe from the person actually doing it with step by step a few instructions. But it's like a lot of complexity is abstracted away, so you can just be like, oh, okay, this is all we need to do to start this like you know, trash collecting program, and it's all set up, like it works. It's like, you know, and if you can build those services together, then you can start making like, you can start having like really like functioning communities of things that fit together that are increasingly complex, that work. If that makes any sense.
I'm starting to it's starting to take shape. I think
Oh I like it.
And obviously you've talked about a geography that is, it's tough to actually put all that stuff together in terms of a contractor and a subcontractor. It's just like all in a box, which is interesting. Cool. All right. Everybody knows I'm a sports fan. I'll move on to another idea. They're fairly linear, right? Team versus team, back and forth, back and forth. You think about most sports, that's how they're played. We haven't had a new big sport for the last 30 years, right? MMA maybe
Pickleball.
would be the last one.
Pickleball.
Well, pickleball is kind of like tennis, just for, I hate to say it, older people. Just so I'm similar to Dr. James Nesmith, a fellow Canadian who invented basketball way back in the 1920s as a reaction to the environment of, wow, we got all these young men in YMCA's and it's winter and they can't do stuff outside and we don't want them killing each other inside. Why don't we play basketball? As a reflection of our times that are more complex, that love strategy play. If I look at Rob's son that was just on here, gaming into the wee hours of the night, there are no sports right now that you have multiple teams play each other. I remember seeing this on Battlestar Galactica. So my game is called the Triangle, and you're going up against two different teams, and it's a cross between soccer and rugby. And there's a lot more strategy involved, and there's a lot more action involved, which is one of the big reasons why baseball is suffering. There's not enough action. You can keep your mind on this thing going on over here, this thing going on over here, this thing going on over here, because there's essentially, you know, multiple combinations of gameplay going on at the very same time. So it might not be improve the world that much, but it would certainly improve some of the sports watching kind of person that wants more action in their games. Rob?
I like it. I'm going to go software. Okay, a piece of software that you give it your Google accounts in your social media, and it creates a nice scrapbook journal that has all of the highlights that you did that were important, ordered the right way, that have the right dates and the right big weather and the right big events, that summarizes your year like a wrap.
That'd be good. Like just that you don't have to intervene that much either.
So you do it every day, right? It's passive, it's ambient, it's like an ambient journal collection story generator. And then it just knows that based on a bunch of patterns that these are story worthy, like it's a conversation with you and me, and it's important because it connected to the news, and then it connects the dots through your year. And when you go back to it, just like it's a story, there's a story motif. And the journal could have different inputs of, oh, give me the adventure version of my year, or give me the sad part of my year. Tell me the tragedies of my year. And it would just build out the story from all these little bits of things that we have collected. But it should be super simple. Just like, give me my accounts. Here's my email, total trust. But then it goes out and then illuminates it with art and pictures and other references that are connected. The ambient journal generator.
Personal productivity meets good memory and curation of life. I love it.
So I must have there's a little thing in me, I think, because I do this, is that I'm worried about my memory. As Jacob tells me, I'm forgetting things all over the house. And I know how to alter that. Anyone can improve their memory by remembering and just reconnecting the dots. And if you don't take time to do it, the neurons literally stop being connected. And if you add dust and crap to your brain, it gets worse. It gets all the way to Alzheimer's. So these tools are memory aids as well.
Very cool. Jill, you got something?
I need to give more. Okay. I'm multitasking, putting together a presentation I have to give tomorrow.
We can help with that too. Just put it on the screen. That's the midnight hour.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, again, problem solving. Well, there's some very creative ideas here. I think there's just not enough flavors of food.
Oh, new flavors.
Like I'm a terrible chef. I often, when I go to the grocery store, I'm like, it just feels like it's the same ingredients over and over. And I'm very not creative that way. So I just don't understand why more food has not been invented as the basic ingredients.
You know where I go with
So
that?
I
Like
think we need to.
I go with the intelligent spice rack gel. Like why aren't there computerized spice racks that know what instinctively goes with the food that you're serving, right?
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's good.
That's adding to it. You're saying you just want more basic food.
Well, yeah, I mean, just, you know, just some more like sci-fi kind of food, just some more fun, crazy, interesting vegetables. Like somebody just needs to grow something unusual. And now, mind you, there probably is a lot of food like that out there, but we just don't get it. Maybe I just need like chefs to come to my house, or just like food delivery of all these exotic things sort of pre-prepared. Mystery food, food deliveries, mystery meals.
And all you have to give them your DNA. You give them your DNA, and they give you mystery food that matches.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're getting customized. Yeah.
Well, it's you, right? It's like I love the flavor of cilantro, right? I love cilantro. It freaks people out, but I love it.
Oh,
Who doesn't like cilantro?
I can't eat it.
There's
Look at
about 15% of the world that just can't eat it. It tastes like soap.
I know. I love cilantro. I put cilantro on my licorice flavored strawberries, Sean.
Oh man.
Kind of ties it back to M&Ms, doesn't it? So
where are we at? Oh, I'm sorry, Jill.
16.
We're at around 15, 16.
Yep.
I know. I really love this idea. I really want it to happen.
Well, now I want to do, because you're asking like that, I want to do it for you.
Really?
Yeah.
I really want this. I love this idea.
Is it a light that says if somebody's an asshole or not? Is that something that goes
Can
off?
we bottle that? Can we bottle that request? Because that's the way people should ask for things.
What is it, Lauren?
It's a truth and reconciliation engine. So it's like you rebuild a kind of a system, and you let people so during these like truth and reconciliation efforts, like in South Africa, people, they detailed and kind of like confessed to their role in the system and talked in detail about the particular role that they played to perpetuate an unjust system. And so I don't think they were actually like punished, but it was just it was cathartic in a really deep way for people to even say how they participated and what was happening from the different perspectives. So what I wanted to do was to build an engine in such a way that you could, it's like a confession of like what you did, and really like kind of like personal stories of yourself and things that you did to kind of like perpetuate some injustice or something that you were sorry for, or something like in your past that happened when you were younger that now you're like, oh no, oh God, how could I have said that? Or how can I not have been aware of that? Or but there's no place to like apologize. So even if you can't kind of like apologize to someone directly, you could do so indirectly. And if you needed some healing, then you could go and have kind of an apology. You could hear someone's like side of the story and hear their apology and it might not have been the person who actually wronged you, but it's a similar enough example so that it could still be healing, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, is it confidential? Like, is that one of the benefits, that the person either confessing or wanting to hear it doesn't have to reveal themselves? Or
Right. Yeah.
yeah, I like it. Yeah, I know we have our own situation here in Canada where that would apply as well in terms of Indigenous people. So yeah, it would hopefully improves people's understanding overall. All right.
Because I think,
that was
I
good.
mean, there's like say for example, like if you rape someone or something like that, it's just like it's kind of buried inside you, and you just carry that. Like, where is there a place where you could just like kind of confess that, and someone who had been raped could actually like hear that and be healed by that confession. I don't know how it would work exactly, but it's interesting to me.
It is.
I could see a government actually
it's a movie.
wanting to invest in that, just as a way to, certainly there was something like 270 truth and reconciliation recommendations, I think, here in Canada, right, Rob? Like this probably falls under the guise of some of them. So
this could be even to solve banal problems, like, the software system broke. What happened? The amount of lying in my world that happens, you just lie. And it's like, no, we need to fix this. Like, no one gets hurt. Just tell the truth. Did you delete the file or not? We can't find the file. Did you delete it? If you tell us you deleted it, we don't have to fix things. Anyway.
Who took the last cookie? All right. Who took the last cookie? All right. There will be no harm come your way, but who took the last cookie? It's kind of more of a fun play on that.
Yeah.
I'll go with and I know
the last beer fridge.
Say it again.
The last beer fridge.
Oh yeah, no.
It's like there's always a beer in the fridge because it orders the beer before it's empty. No, that's already that already exists.
I know I've heard ideas like this, but
yeah,
I know way too many people in my life where I just don't know what kind of gift I can buy them. And so the AI gift registry that not only provides the what should I buy, but the why should I buy it. So there can be an accompanying story on the card that goes, look, I know you're so blah, 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 blah. Therefore, I got you this. I just think, I think if you ask a lot of people, buying gifts for people is one of the biggest stressors in their life. And so this might, through the miracle of AI and probing people around the world, try to find the best gifts and then patch an e-commerce system into it.
How about this, Sean? It's like Tinder for gifts. Put your profile in, your friends' profiles. It's like birthday, and you start swiping left and right. So, and it gets you the minimal, and the goal is to have the minimal swipes to get to the gift.
That's a great idea. It's almost like Mechanical Turk meets gift registry meets Tinder. Yeah, I like it.
A lot less ruinous and stupid than Tinder. Tinder's not stupid. I think Tinder's a good thing in general. Anyway, two people can meet is a good thing. Just be nice. But Tinder for gifts is just like, it's like, hey, it's basically a little shopping app, a little tiny shopping app.
All right, I got up to 17 right now. We need 8 more in about 5 or 6
I've got a
minutes.
riff on Jill's. AlphaFold. AlphaFold is a piece of AI out of DeepMind, and it is using AI to build new drugs that might solve a disease, and it's doing it better than humans can do, superhuman level. So there could be an AlphaFold for food. So it just goes after the world and just keeps inventing food, just like the new image AIs that are just like, you give it a sentence saying, I feel like happiness and full and sweet, and it delivers recipes for that, and it never stops. AlphaFold for tasty things.
I like it.
I mean, this might sound stupid if you're not a parent of young kids, but slime that doesn't stick to furniture. I know that's small and we need like big things, but we want Sean to reach his goal here.
All right, I will give you a very simple one. I will give you a very simple one here too that'll at least get one on the list. I bought more expensive ear pods so I can work out with them. And the more expensive the ear pod, the more likely they are to slip out of your ears as you're working out. So I want somehow there's got to be some microfibers in your ears that can keep
Just
those
put some
things in.
slime on it and it will stick.
Yeah, well, it won't stain apparently, but it might still stick.
Put slime in your ear and you stick it in.
Oh, and wouldn't it be fun if, we had like a better program than Zoom, because Zoom is so stupid. And of course, if we're, open source, and we could just like, I want it to be like writing notes in junior high. So someone can be talking, like, I feel like you can't talk enough shit in Zoom. Like you're just like kind of like trapped in this button. You can write little notes to people. It's just not right. Like I want like thought bubbles like above my head, so you could look at someone and see what they're thinking.
Like a pop-up video.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that a lot.
That's interesting. I don't know who you are, Lauren, but you're quite fascinating.
They have those mood rings, those aura rings that you can wear, and they can take temperature and presumably mood as well.
I know.
I would love to patch that to something on the outside of your car, so you can look at somebody, and if they're extraordinarily stressed or whatever, you can grab some space if they want to be friends with you, or I don't know. I find driving in the city is one of those weirdly sociopathic type of activities that at least if I knew what your mood was, I would either keep my distance or not. There you go. Three more, guys.
Self-sorting bookshelf.
Oh, good one.
So you just put the books on it, and then it sort of tilts back, and it orders itself. And there's a few orders. I think that Lauren would pick color. I would pick alphabetical by author.
Can I add something to that idea? Just can it work for clothes as well? Why is it like the clothes I just washed end up being on the top of my drawer, and I just wear them again and I never got to the bottom? That it needs some rotation.
Well, this is a whole company,
that's
right?
a plug-in for that robot that's moving the objects around. That's
Oh,
like that's the premium model.
So it's what is that? It's a laundry. No, it's a folding and put away clothing bot, right?
Yeah.
So you do the laundry, and it dumps out of the laundry, and it ends up in your cupboard in the drawer or on hangers. Right?
I love it. We need one more idea, guys.
Branded intelligence.
Say more.
Basically it's like artistic intelligence that helps you navigate through trying to figure out things, like how things are related to each other, but it's like super artistic. So it's like a skin for intelligence that vibes with your style, so that you could start to see the connections and how things are connected in the visual style that you want.
I like it. It's kind of like fashion for the way you think.
Yes, exactly.
I like skin for intelligence too. Some pretty colorful metaphors there. We talked about metaphors in our second session today. I love it. All right, we got up to 25. Any other ones that you'll hate it if they never make it onto the ledger? We're tapped. We're tapped out.
Okay, so I did also want to make a kind of like for like self-organizing fraternity sorority kind of a system where you could use like AR to like scan a room and find people in your own weird group. So that you could find out like so like so you could find your tribe and people who actually like want to connect with you.
So it's kind of like using China's surveillance system for good almost, right? Surveilling a crowd and actually picking out people that you like. I like it.
Right. or who will like
Yeah, I
you.
like it. I love it. Yes.
Empathetic and ethical.
All right, I got one more. We spend so much money on our homes. We've talked about that already. People hate going up and putting up Christmas lights or whatever. I talked to an emergency nurse on the weekend. She doesn't let her husband go up on ladders because it's so dangerous. Having permanent LED lights on the outside of your house that can be programmed by the season. So if you want Halloween, if you want Valentine's, if you want Pride Day, whatever, it's a programmable set of outdoor lights that be gone icicle lights forever. You can project yourself
Yay!
in the world
Thank
differently.
you.
Yeah.
If it's good enough for the CN Tower, it's good enough for your house.
Why not, right? There you go.
Oh, and just, just as a side note, anything artificial intelligence that's like not sight things, but like touch or, audio, just like, come on now. Why is it always just the same thing over and over again? Why can't I touch anything?
Biggest part of your brain and lack of imagination. The biggest part of your brain are your eyes. So they worked on the eyes first, and eyes give you classification. So that's why they started. And I agree with you completely. I also know that they're not 5 senses. They're, depending on who you talk to, they're somewhere between 17 and 25 right now. They're really splitting down our sensors, and they're finding that we've got more than we think. So you are absolutely right, because we have a brain.
Mm-hmm.
And our senses cause connections in our neurons. Every one of the senses should have its algorithms. You're just like, smell's just like incomprehensibly complicated. And I think the vision isn't that complicated, but it's where Jeff Hawkins is going, and Grossman as well. It's just way more complicated to do, Lauren, but it's a really good idea. It should be done. Why can't this smell, touch, taste? Why not?
Oh, yes. And of course, I want to be able to see people's aura when I look at them.
Can you see our aura now? I'm kind of pale.
I mean, there are ways, like if you're trained in that, you can do it, but I'm not great at that. I need some help.
Yeah,
I would love to pair your idea from earlier today about trying to find the real jerks in your world and pairing it up with your AI tool so you can actually see them before you actually have to talk to them, right?
Yeah, I've been thinking of systems for doing that in a network. I think about that all the time.
All right, a future startup.
Garbage
Rob,
doesn't stink. Garbage bags that are easy to open.
Oh
We don't need
man.
a garbage, zero garbage. Why is there so much garbage? Zero garbage is like, if I had one thing that would add to the Declaration of Human Rights, is we have the right to zero garbage. And all our governments have to make sure they build systems that have zero garbage. So you've been to Niger, I've been to third world countries where garbage is a real problem. We hide it really well in the West because we spend lots of money of hiding it. But if you've been in a garbage dump, like a real one in Ontario, it's like, we got a problem. Shouldn't have garbage like that.
Oh, and this is contributed by my friend Amber. Houses that you can grow yourself.
I like it. It's just like, and it.
Yeah, I'm down with that. That's cool.
Gingerbread?
That'd be interesting.
Well, just the idea of shelters. If you simplify it, it's the idea of just calling something or sending a message somewhere. And I'm backwoods guy again, right? So after I walk over the 2 footbridges to get to the trail that's built, I just see a drone, something's dropped out, something that's biodegradable. That's my tent, and it's there. And I can leave it there because it just stays there for long enough, and it just disappears into the ground because it's just good food for the ground.
Well, thank you, everybody. That was really good. It was almost better as a small group because we could build on each other and not be in the generative aspect of doing things. We got Gordon coming in now too. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. I'm going to post those online, and then maybe we'll see if some of our guild members can add to them and who knows? Maybe we'll start working some of these ideas in the future. God.
I'll send you the list that I wrote, see if we're similar.
Gray
I
Swan
I
Guild.
just finished my presentation, by the way.
That's
FYI.
excellent.
Is it good? Is it good, or have we mailed it in?
I don't know. It's a show and tell. It's just like I was just gathering a lot of videos.
Gordon,
Gordon.
Hey, folks.
the Norman of our
In the nicest way.
life.
Taken with affection.
I gotta go to bed, guys.
Of course you do.
Yay.
Good night, Jill. Good to hear your voice.
Nice to hear your voice too.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Are you pausing recording, Rob?
Yeah, my name is Rob. I am doing that right now. I don't really